race of the championship is underway. Is the man right behind him, Muzakir Mohammed. Oh, what a movement there. Muzakir, something's gone. His race is nearly done. Can he get his way through to the line?
Great start there from Muzakir in second place.
Muzakir didn't have a good run of luck, did he, in round one? And Muzakir are alongside each other. It's Ramdan, Muzakir weaving. It's going to be Muzakir.
And now it's Muzakir that leads.
Oh! So Ramdan Rosley takes that P2. Muzakir.
We are underway.
Plotting going on, and he goes up the inside.
Hit the ground running. Muzakir has a scary little moment there. Increase his lead at the top of the overall championship standings. Muzakir in P2. We are underway. 8 laps of the circuit. At the moment, Muzakir has got a podium. P2 would be perfect for him. Beaten to the punch by Muzakir. It's a race to the line. What we're really looking at is to see how bike number 11, Muzakir Mohammed, that's the man who doesn't need to win today, doesn't need to actually do anything exceptional, will lead around. Muzakir Mohammed will follow him through. Oh no, will let Muzakir, no he doesn't, oh no, takes it just ahead of Muzakir. Muzakir P2, that is good enough for bike number 11 to take the championship.
He looks a little emotional, but he is going to get to his feet on the seat and let it go.
So Muzakir P2 here, but he is the champion. A flashback there to the best of the 2023 season in the TVS One Make Series. Muzakir Mohammed, the defending champion. It's a reminder of the competitiveness we can expect in this, the 27th year of competition for the Asian Road Racing Championships. 16 former champions on display over this weekend. 2 more on the injured list. We hope to join us over the course of the season. The Asian Road Racing Championship is all about improving year on year. New bikes to be showcased over the 12 races in 5 categories we have. And we'll have new teams from China and Malaysia debuting. And we also introduce young talented racers, including 3 Talent Cup winners of various dominations, making the step up to the senior competitive ranks. Barry Russell and Daniel Bogas will be familiar voices from those who've been watching online in the build-up to this first race of the season. Barry, first thoughts ahead of this TVS One Make, the first race of the 27th season of the ARRC.
This is going to be a thriller, Des. They've always had this combination, this exciting combination of experienced riders and new young riders coming through, and they've taken it to another level. I just noticed slow off the line there was Hiroki Ono.
Also, Ono, he's on the back of 6 straight wins. So he won on the ARRC back in 2013. Red hot favourite, I think, to take the title here. He's on pole again. Ramdan Rosley from Malaysia alongside him, as is Sarthak Shaban from India, the best of the Indian racers so far this weekend.
An exciting newcomer leads row 2. That's Rocco Sessler from Dekitiano Aldi, the young Indonesian, and another exciting new entrant, Ati Kanger.
Yeah, lots of new faces to familiarise ourselves with. Richie Takahira is another one, all riding identical bikes. KY Ahmed is a somewhat 3-year veteran of this One Make series, and Muzakir Mohammed will be starting on row 9 of the grid, the defending champion.
And who would have thought? On row 4, Vorapong Malahuan. Next to him, 11th place, Chirant Vishwanath, and outside of him, newcomer, Casey Edward Klammer from the Philippines.
The veteran, the never aging Jagan Kumar is on P13 in bike number 7. Alongside him, Irvin Eksham making his debut, the Singaporean, bike number 12. And Kim Min Jae from Korea. I know he was an injured absentee earlier on today. Hopefully he's made it onto the grid.
Yep, well, let's watch out for Kim, because it's exciting to have a Korean rider coming through into the TVS Asia One Make Championship. Yeah, there he is. There's the number 14 bike. So that's good. Damage to the bike, not to the rider.
Good news indeed. Indian Oil prominent in the advertising hoardings as the racers come round at the end of the long old straight. This TVS One Make. There's 2 races every weekend. There's 6 rounds of the season. We start here in Buriram. We move on to, I'm delighted to say, Zhuhai once again, and then the Motegi circuit. Looking forward to that one in Japan. First time the ARC will have been there. Then we move back to Sepang and Lombok and for the Mandalika circuit, before we end up back here in early December for the final round, the final 2 races here in Buriram. It's an explosive calendar ahead, Barry.
Yes, it is, and we're about to see the start of the very first race of 2024 for the IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. I think that's Hiroki Ono coming through late, but he set a stunning pole position lap, 1.2 seconds quicker than anyone else this morning, and nobody spotted the shortcut.
He has won 7 of the last 8 races. He came in midway through last season, went on to win 7 on 8. His one DNF was in Sugo. If he'd have won that, there's a good chance he would have won the title, but he'll be looking to use his experience to really show the rest the way home. And he did in qualification. 8 laps of the circuit. Red lights are on. The season is underway. Hiroki Ono, bike number 1, looking to get off to a strong start. Korupangwalan in the midst of that little pack, but it is Ono on bike number 1 who's made a strong start, and hopefully the rest can keep up with him, Barry Russell.
Yeah, actually the numbers have changed a little bit. That's Ramdan Rosley who got away, a really good start, and is leading the way here. Ono got shuffled backwards, and already we've got a problem for Irvin Ekshan, the Singaporean rider.
He had a problem in the warm-up lap before the start, and so that is a horrible debut for the Singaporean Irvan. Hopefully he can get the bike going and at least get some laps under his belt. That would be the worst thing for him. But bike number 9 is Sartak Chavan in the yellow helmet. He's made a decent start, and Indian racers, obviously TVS made its name in India. Sartak is along there with Hiroki Ono, bike number 2.
Yeah, this is a classic thing that we've been getting used to in the TVS Asia One Make Championship. Experienced rider versus an exciting young newcomer, and Sartak does seem to be the most exciting of this new generation of Indian racers.
What I'm looking forward to is Rocco Sessler, to see how the young German on bike number 15 comes. He won one of the many talent cups going on around the world. He'll be stepping up. He's also into this one make. That's bike number 15, Rocco Sessler, stuck in the middle of the second group of racers.
Yep, making the transition from GP type configured bikes to more production configured TVS Asia One Make bikes, but for first visit to Chang International as well.
Lots of learning going on there. Bike number 5, alongside him is Nekutiano Aldi. He too is his 3rd season, but it's Hiroki Ono and Sartak who will be leading as they go over the finish line for the very, very first time. Ono had the ability last season, Barry Russell, to really pull big leads and hold on to them. He's not been able to get away in this first lap. Sartak is right on his back wheel.
Yeah, there was a huge gap between Hiroki Ono's best time and everybody else this morning in qualifying, but Sartak is keeping him honest here. He's going up on the inside as they come into the big 180-degree loop. That is turn 3, and also running close with them is Ati Kanger, the young Thai.
Yeah, 2 young racers. We're looking forward to seeing Sartak and Atir. Also, Sessler is in that leading group as well, but Hiroki Ono not finding things going all his own way. We first knew about Hiroki Ono back in 2013 when he was one of the talent series on the ARRC. He went on to do remarkably well. Oh, little problem at the back there, bike number 9.
Yeah, Ramdan Rosley on the number 4 bike in P4. And just behind him, I think, that's Ramdan Rosley.
Lots of newcomers into this. Casey Klammer at the back from the Philippines. He's trying to stay close. Irvin Ekshan, sadly, his race is already done. He's not posting any times, so he'll be getting back into the pits to try and work out what went wrong. In the meantime, how about this? This is a terrific ride from Sartak Chavan. Early days it is, but Sartak, who didn't have a podium finish last season, is trying to prove that he's one of the up-and-coming Indian racers.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see what he does over the 7-lap distance. Sartak against the vastly experienced and supremely fast Hiroki Ono.
Ramdan Rosley is happily tucked in there, bike number 4 in the yellow helmet, paid in P3 at the moment. And Atir Kanger is another of those youngsters who was prominent in talent series.
Yeah, and shuffled back is the defending champion, Muzakir Mohammed. He crossed the line 8th that time around. He was good in free practice yesterday. He qualified 8th this morning.
But just a quarter of the way through the race. And tight line taken there by Sartak. I think he just had to apply a little bit of braking because Ramdan cut in front of him. So it's Ramdan on the tail now, Hiroki Ono. A little bit further back, where's Warapong Malawam? The Sifu, he's hadn't had things his own way after winning on season 1 in this TVS One Make Championship. He was scuttled down to P2 last season. There, he's just in the middle of the pack.
Yep, he's carrying the number 3. And in case you're watching and wondering why the numbers have changed, the riders who were in the championship last year are carrying numbers that reflect their finishing position in the standings. So Warapong carrying number 3.
Number 11, Ate Kangia, was not part of last season. There is number 1, Muzakia Mohammed. I tell you what, this is a strong field. If Muzakia were to go back to back, it would be one heck of a result. This is Ono apart. You think that this is a pretty open field, but Ono not having things his own way.
Yeah, that's Ate Kangia taking the lead just at that point. Number 11. He came through qualifying 1 into qualifying 2 this morning, but it's very close. Oh, and there's a little bit of contact.
Muzakia it was, the defending champion, having to take some evasive action. That's a scary moment on that. Well, notable turn number 12. It is a vicious ending. Have a look at this. He does well to stay on the bike, Barry.
Yeah, he does. I think there might have been a little bit of contact in the back of the bike in front of him, but that's shuffled him back a further couple of places, so more work to do for the defending champion.
Ate, though, takes the lead. Ono tries to take that tight line that Ate had last time round. And it is Hiroki Ono is there. Once again, Ramdan Rosley just bullies his way through. Experienced old Malaysian campaigner. Get rid of these youngsters. Show them the way around this circuit. Ramdan Rosley, bike number 4, is chasing Hiroki Ono at the moment. Good race so far. Nice start to the season.
Yeah, Ramdan Rosley told us this morning that he'd been getting a bit of weight off. I don't know where from. Perhaps he had a couple of ribs removed. But yeah, he recognising just how fiercely competitive this category is now.
The bikes have got improvements from last season. They're all identical. 1 or 2 improvements. Look at that, Richie Takahira has come through.
Yeah, much fancied by Daniel Richie Takahira, again from one of the talent series.
Bike number 10, posting a top speed of 216 kilometers per hour. That's pretty rapid on these 310 machines.
Yeah, single cylinder. Sartak mixing it up with the experienced Ramdan Rosley there, number 9 versus number 4. So they come up to complete another lap.
This will be the halfway point in Hiroki Ono. Hasn't been far from the lead right from the very start, but he's not been able to break away from the group behind him. Ramdan Rosley, the experienced Malaysian, is there. Sartak remains close. Ate Kangia and Deki Tiano Aldi, but these front 5 are just establishing a slighter lead ahead of a group led by Richie Takahira and Muzakia Mohammed.
Yeah, good to see Deki Tiano Aldi coming through after a quiet season last season. We fancied him in 2022 as one of the up-and-comers. And he's currently in P4. And back down the order in P7 is Muzakia, the 2023 champion, and the 2022 champion Warapong is a further place back in 8th.
Also, Rocco Sesler is in that second group as well. So he'll be doing an awful lot of learning this year. You want to be competitive, but also obviously the younger riders who come up from the Talent Cup, they're still learning their trade. As we can see, Muzakia is doing his best and has indeed got on the back of that front 5. So don't count out Muzakia Mohammed. He was champion for a reason last year. A lot of P2s, a lot of points accumulated. Just 1 win in the season for Muzakia Mohammed. But you collect the points over a number of games and you will really do yourself a lot of good in the championship.
Yeah, Hiroki Ono just catapulted himself back into P2, but this is really tight between the top, wow, how many? 6.
Ramdan Rosley leading the way. Ono. The yellow and pink helmet of Ramdan. He's on the outside line. Look at that. Hiroki Ono bravely looks on the inside. Behind them, coming into reckoning, is Ate Kangia.
Sartak just dropping back a little bit in this group.
Yeah, he made a couple of mistakes on the latter part of that second lap. And maybe the intense pace for Sartak has cost him a little bit. He's trying his best just to hold on to the end of the front four. Is Sartak Shaban on bike number 9.
But keeping with the pace, very much so, is Zati Kangia.
149.991. Anything inside 150 is pretty good. Vorapong Malawan just posted a 149.8. So maybe in the second half of the race, Vorapong, the number 3, and winner of the inaugural championship 2 seasons ago, maybe he's going to just try and work his way back into this pack.
Yeah, and Reishi Takahira, the number 10, you can just see on the right of the screen there. He posted the fastest sector time so far in this race in sector 1.
Ate Kangia. Have a look around the outside. Ono, though, knows this track well. It's a remarkable impact he made on the series last year. 6 wins in a row, 7 wins out of 8. Here he's leading once again. He was on pole. Ramdan Rosley is continually competitive but can't get himself close to Hiroki Ono at the moment. Again, Sartak goes wide. He's getting a little bit ragged while Ono is really piling on the pressure at the front.
And Muzakir moving through the pack as well. As you said, Des, he's champion for a good reason.
His last lap inside 150 as well, a 149.795. He was close to 41.8 on sector 2. Bike number 1, white helmet. Got himself nicely into P5 ahead of Sartak. Ahead of him, Ate Kange goes through. We are 3/4 of the way through this race now. Hiroki Ono leads from Ramdan Rosley and Ate Kange. Deki Aldi hasn't made a move yet, but he's been there or thereabouts for quite a while, as Deki Tiano Aldi.
Yeah, Deki's threatening for a podium, that's for sure. Hiroki Ono isn't going to want to give up the chance of a podium or a win, I should say. But he did give himself a battering yesterday in free practice. He did have a crash in free practice 1, then came back in Hiroki Ono style in free practice 2.
End of the long straight. Ramdan Rosley takes the tighter line. Ono tries the switchback. It's effective. Ramdan just couldn't hold on to it, so Ono still leads. A move has been made there by Sartak. Wow, he's been really aggressive, Sartak. There is Rocco Sesler. He's not out of the reckoning either, but time is running out for those down in P6, 7 and 8 at the moment.
Yeah, it's really tight. There's 9 bikes in this battle at the front.
Ono just pulling clear. There is Sesler. Behind him, he's got Vorapong Malawan.
Yeah, Sesler trying to make a late move up through this group. Makes that stick. Still Hiroki Ono at the front, and the experienced Ramdan behind him. And Deki Chano Aldi, the impudent Indonesian, seems to be recovering the form that we saw from him in 2022.
As we look at Sesler there and Takahira, I can tell you Ono was really putting down the hammer up front. A 41.8 sector 2, fastest out on the circuit. Sesler hunkers down, tries to get in, but time is running out. It is still Ono who leads. Ramdan Rosley has a little look down the inside. Maybe that's a rehearsal for what will come on the final lap. We are now on the final lap of the first race of the season in the TVS Asia One Make Championship.
Yeah, the mission for Ramdan is going to get close enough to execute that move. He wasn't close enough that time in the rehearsal, but he did have a good look. Let's see what he can do. And behind them, Sartak is recovering. Back up into, yeah, that's Sartak.
P3 in the white helmet, yeah, bike number 9. Bike number 9, final warning for exceeding track limits. He's had one of those races. He's been very untidy, but he's also been very aggressive. He is on a final warning, but he's going to give it a final go. Or is Ono going to pull away? Ono has been in that front group from right from the very start. And on this final lap, it looks like he's just easing away by Russell.
The trick is going to be who is fastest through sector 2, where they are now, and sector 3. Because if the bikes can build momentum, they can really get an advantage. They get into the braking zone for turn 12. And a rider that was particularly fast in sector 3 throughout practice and qualifying was Sartak.
Indeed, there he is in P3 at the moment, but can he get close enough? It's still Hiroki Ono, bike 2, yellow helmet, leading from Malaysia's Ramdan Rosli, Indonesia's Great Hope, Sartak. Is he going to be able to get close enough? He's certainly close enough to Ramdan Rosli, and we are now into the technical part of the circuit.
As I said, Sartak is really quick through this sector, so let's see what he can do. He's threatening on the outside.
Just getting into position, Sartak looks down the inside, but Hiroki Ono has the perfect line, and Hiroki Ono is going to win this first race of the season from Ramdan Rosli. Sartak Shaban in third, Deki Tiano, and Mazake Mohammed comes through in P5, but it's 7 wins in a row for Hiroki Ono.
Yeah, the rest of the field kept Hiroki Ono honest there, Des, but he was never going to give this away. He's too seasoned, too precise, too professional to have given that away, and so he took the win by 1/10 of a second. He'll take that. Good battle there, wasn't it, between Ramdan and Sartak as well.
Yeah, it's good to see Sartak. It's good to see Indian racers making their way through. TVS trying to make a concerted effort to promote Indian racers, but they've got to get past the likes of Hiroki Ono, and Ono makes it 7 wins on the bounce. That is serious class. We thought he was favourite coming into this race because of his performances in qualification and in practice, and he's proved it out on the track.
Yep, he can wheelie too. That's a nice mono all the way down the straight.
It's impressive. That's a long old straight, isn't it?
It certainly is. It's about 1 kilometre. But great work there.
Hiroki Ono takes the first race of the TVS Asia One Make Championship. 10th clear of Ramdan Rosli, always competitive, the Malaysian in P2. Sartak Shaban, great result for him. A first podium for the Indian in P3. Dekutiano Aldi, good to see him back close to the pace. 8/10 down in P4. Mazake Mohammed, the defending champion, has to be content with the 11 points in 5. Ate Kange, what an encouraging debut for him. Less than a second behind the winner in P6. Takahira, also good as well in P7. He had the fastest speed in the whole race at 216 kilometers an hour. Borapang Malawan, well, he wanted to introduce new racers, and he's got 7 of them ahead of him. In P9, Rocco Sesler. Maybe a disappointing moment for the young German, but he will learn. And it is his first visit to the Chang International Circuit. Vishwanath beating off Jagan Kumar and KY Amadeo, a trio of Indian racers, 10, 11, 12. Casey Edward Clammer on debut for Philippines, 22 seconds off the pace. Kim Min Jae completes 1 minute down. And a disastrous debut for Irvin Exan from Singapore. Let's hope he can get his bike sorted and get some laps in at least tomorrow.
Yeah, and good to see Kim Min Jae coming through after 2 crashes so far this weekend. He came through and completed the race. So good progress for the Korean. Learning experience from him, and he's in some phenomenal company here.
Hiroki Ono. Well, that is the man to beat. If you're going to win the title, you're going to have to get past Ono. As he looks relieved. No, relieved's not the word. It looks like it's a good day's work at the office. The celebrations aren't excessive. It's early on in the season, but he's carried on the form that we knew he had from last year, and of course all the experience that he's had on the international circuits as well.
Yeah, all these first 3 very tightly packed, between 1300ths of a second. Covered the first 3, less than a second covered the first 6. It was a good performance from Ramdan Rosli. We didn't have the best run of luck last season, so yeah, he looks cool, calm and collected. Hiroki Ono.
There's the Chang International Circuit in all its glory. And I think we can have our first visit of the broadcast down to Daniel Bogas, who I believe is in the pit area, and hopefully talking to the winner.
So we're down here at Park Fermé after an exhilarating TVS Asia One Make race. So Hiroki, it was a brilliant session from you from yesterday until this morning. But this race was very different from last season. It was a big battle on all the way until the end. How was it for you?
Yeah, race was tough, but I exciting lot of riders in the battle. Yeah, finally this victory, good to start for the season. We will see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good luck for the race tomorrow.
First race of the TVS Asia One Make Championship. We are at Buriram, race number 1. Hiroki Ono on pole position, bike number 2. But he didn't have things all his own way. It was Ramdan Rosley who got off quickest, and Sartak there. In fact, Hiroki Ono was down in P4 at one stage, and we hoped, Barry Russell, that Ono wouldn't be able to get away quickly. One man who didn't get away quickly was Irvin Eksan on debut.
Yeah, very unfortunate start for the Singaporean, but back at the front, it was an early tussle between the experienced Hiroki Ono and the newcomer, exciting young Indian, Sartak Chavan, and just getting out of shape there.
Ono was leading though through lap 2. He was always in the first group. Sartak Chavan, the bike number 9, he had a couple of warnings for exceeding track limits, and it wasn't an untidy ride, but it was a lovely, aggressive, positive ride from Sartak. And if he can just tidy things up a little bit, Barry Russell, I think we can expect a lot more from the youngster this season.
Yeah, you can see the speed and aggression. Just a little bit more discipline will complete him as a rider, but the potential there is phenomenal.
Further back, Borupang Malawan, the debut season winner, he wasn't having things his own way. There he is, right at the very back there as we come through halfway. Also, Rocco Sessler was finding the traffic a little bit hard to negotiate, but Ono, he kept himself out of trouble. Yes, he went down to P2 or P3 on occasion, but always you felt he was in control. As he comes into the final lap, he's only got Ramdan Rosley really for company.
Yeah, it was a good performance as well for the number 11, Ati Kanger, another debutant in TVS Asia One Make for the Thai. But it was these three at the end who showed a little bit of class. They got away from this group of 9 slightly.
It's all about position coming into the final corner. Number 12, the notorious turn 12, Hiroki Ono, absolutely in prime position. Nobody taking him out. Ono takes the first win of the season, has a wheelie to celebrate, and it's 7 in a row going back to last year.
Yeah, and 8 wins from 9 starts.
Not bad.
So you'd take that, wouldn't you? First look at the podium for 2024.
Buriram looking wonderful. There seems to be an awful lot more colour around the circuit these days. Maybe there's a bit of rain, but the grass behind looks a little bit greener. P3 for Sartak Chavan. I'm sure that won't be the last time we see Sartak on the podium this year, if today's performance anything to go by. Ramdan Rosley, a regular on the podium, but once again he has to play bridesmaid. Ramdan had a couple of wins last year, 4 P3s and a P2. A P2 to start there, but Hiroki Ono is used to being in P1, Barry Russell. And we will have a little chat about his form after the national anthem of Japan. Kimi ga Yo, the national anthem of Japan, rings out, certainly not for the last time this season, if Hiroki Ono is to be a regular on the circuit. Prizes being handed out by 3 different people today. Sawatchai Nusin, race technician for Olin's Asia Company Limited, handing out the third prize to Sartak Shavan. He looks pretty happy with the day's work. Second prize, Mr. Maida Swang, manager of A-Racer.
In second place, from Malaysia, Muhammad Ramdan Rosli.
Ramdan Rosli picking up P2. Regular on the podium. Again, Ramdan will be competitive. He's a good racer, Ramdan.
First place trophy, we would like to invite Mr. Kentaro Kobayashi from Sumitomo Rubber.
Kentaro Kobayashi from Sumitomo Rubber Industries Limited, Dunlop, who will be providing the tyres, as always, for the whole season. He hands out the first prize to Hiroki Ono. One Japanese to another.
And now to take a photo with our race winners, we would like to also invite Mr. B. Selvaraj from TVS to take the photo.
Ono confirmed as the winner, Ramdan Rosli. But the story, I think, Barry Russell, is Sartak Shaban.
TVS Asia One Make winners.
Yep, he's the man of the race here, but I also think the strength of the performance of Ramdan. I mean, we're almost ignoring Hiroki Ono at this point, but Ramdan I thought was really strong, and I think he believes he can win.
Mr. B. Selvaraj for presenting the awards and taking a photo with our winners.
First photo opportunity on the first standings. I can tell you it's warm out there, 52 degrees at trackside, 34 degrees ambient temperature, 51% humidity, which is just beyond uncomfortable.
Yeah, and it's just at the top end of where these Dunlop tyres work really well, just above 50 degrees, yeah.
So the first championship standings, Hiroki Ono 25 points, Ramdan Rosli 20, Sartak on 16, Deki Tiano picks up 13, double digits for Muzakia and Ate Kange. Richie Takahiro, that's a nice little debut for him. He's on 9 points. Vorapong Malawan will be thrilled to see so many young riders ahead of him, although we'll still be competitively wanting to be ahead of them in future races. They're the top 8 of the TVS Asia One Make Championship standings. We're going for a short break. When we come back, we move on to the always thrilling Underbone 150cc. This is the IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championships from the Buriram circuit in Thailand.
IDEMITSU engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of IDEMITSU. IDEMITSU IFG7. Flagship engine oil nano-tailored for high-precision engines. Enhanced performance in 7 ways with super protective septic guard technology, the accumulated wisdom of oil experts. Anti-power loss nanotech keeps your engine performing at its peak for extended periods in harsh conditions. Beat the heat. IDEMITSU IFG7. IDEMITSU IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with super bike-proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra-protective Quintec Guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. IDEMITSU IRG5.
think that's another good start from Wawamuelo. Pushed his way through into second. Nazrul Izzat has been consistently at the front, we can see. Nazrul Izzat took that right on the line.
It's a solid start from Murabur Gritoni there from Nazrul Izzat Bahoudin. Nazrul Izzat again is the man leading, coming through the top of the hill. And it's going to be really close, and coming through at the end is Nazrul Izzat ahead of Waiwaji Chilaksan. And Nazrul Izzat Bahoudin very tight around that right-hander. Nazrul has lost it on the line to John Emerson Engito. The underball 150cc. Nazrul Izzat Zaidi, 87, is just swept up there.
Nazrul, who leads them across the line this time.
Look at this, it's Nazrul Izzat and Akid Aziz going for the line. Nazrul Izzat and Akid Aziz!
Oh!
But Nazrul is holding in there in P3, Ahmed Fazrul Sham in front of him. Nazrul Izzat moves to the front once again. Right, this is going to be Arai leads, or is it going to be another victory for Nazrul Izzat? It's Arai! We are underway, underball 150 race week. There is Nazrul Izzat, he's keeping his powder dry. Is it Murabil who's got the opportunity? Yes, it is.
There we are, celebration time for the Underbone 150 champion.
Nazrul Izzat Mohammed Bahoudin. He is the champion. A leaping Nazrul Izzat, the champion of the Underbone 150cc from 2023. Hello, welcome back to the Asian Road Racing Championships, 27th competitive season of the ARRC with the Chang International Circuit for round 1 and races 1 and 2. And we move on to the always competitive Underbone. 35 degrees temperature, not an awful lot of wind. Humidity, as you say, is good for the tyres, but a little bit uncomfortable for the racers. Barry Russell alongside Des Corkill in the commentary box. And this Underbone, a lot of new names at the top of the leaderboard when it came to the qualification, Barry.
Yeah, very much a new look for the Underbone field, and most obviously Aditya Fauzi, the teammate to Waiwaji Trilaksana in the Race Tech 60 team. He was fastest in qualifying 2 session this morning, and he was fastest in Super Pole as well.
Let's have a look back at exactly what happened. And Wayu Ajitrilaxon, a previous winner. We have got a galaxy of previous Underbone winners in this competition, so it may be much change. A lot of new names, but a lot of old veterans as well. Wayu Ajitrilaxana set an early pace, but in the end, he would only be in P6 when it came to Super Bowl this morning. And then it came down to the new boys. Fahmi Bassam, we know him from last year, but he looks in good form this term already.
Yeah, he came through really well, Fahmi Bassam. And another new rider there, Faris Putra for Cardinals. He made the top 10 into Super Pole.
Cardinal Racing Team always are going to be there or thereabouts. But this was the man who was fastest, Aditya Fauzi from Indonesia, from the Race Tech 60 Racing Team. But it was a bit of a problem for Nazrul, the defending champion, as Nazrul Izzat Bahoudin. He blew an engine, and his engineers will have to work overtime to try to get him onto the track.
Yeah, that's drama, so we're going to be looking closely at the grid. But here was Dimas Juliat Moko. We know he goes fast at Chang International. We've yet to see him do a really good race distance.
Everybody was coming through. Gupita Krishna, another former champion. Aditya Fauzi looking on. He knows that well, the likes of April King and Gupita Krishna are strong enough, but nobody could get ahead of Aditya Fauzi. And it would be Aditya on bike 177 who comes through.
Yeah, very well done by Aditya Fauzi.
So that was Super Pole this morning. Our thoughts for Nazrul Izzat Bahoudin. He will still get a place on the grid in P10, but you wonder whether or not his engineers have had enough time to really get into the bike and A, put a new engine in, or B, sort it out.
Yeah, let's have a look and see if we can see that number 10 grid slot. We can get the cameraman just to swivel around 180 degrees.
Well, the glamour of motor racing continues. It's pretty hot out there. I mean, they'll need those umbrellas out there just to protect themselves. And on the grid, you can see the umbrellas are up for all the racers as well. This is the Chang International Circuit. Always we talk about corner number 12, particularly by Russell in Underbone.
Yeah, absolutely for Underbone. Lots of drama there. Also heavy braking for turn 1 and turn 3. And the technical section you can see that starts at turn 4 and goes through to turn 11.
Corner 12 is, as we come into the final lap, invariably we are getting some racers being knocked out of position. Ideally, you don't want to be in front coming into corner 12 if it's congested, because you can easily be pushed aside.
Yeah, you're just a target then, that's right. And there's a lot of smoke coming up there from... That's a bit of a worry.
That is a bit of a worry, you don't want that.
Can't quite see through there. Can't see where Daniel is at the moment.
You can also see the fire marshals are close to where that smoke came from.
But I think
hopefully,
we've got Daniel.
Yeah, Daniel is down on the grid. And Daniel, who have you got for us?
So we're down here on the grid for the first race of the Underbone 150 in the 2024 calendar for the Asia Road Racing Championship. We're going to talk to a fresh face for the Underbone 150 and Asia Road Racing Championship. For Cardinals Racing, it's Faris Putra. He's having a quick word with the boss. While we, we're going to interrupt real quick. So, Faris, you're a new face, your first time in ARC. How has it been so far? You qualified well.
So far, everything is okay. My team and I had a great job in we're doing good in qualifying and pole. I hope I can do better in the race and try stay consistent in the front row.
Does having a very well-experienced Fazlul Sham help you a lot in this championship?
My teammate was very good. I am very happy to be teammate with a senior like Fazlul Sham. He's very kind and always supporting me and teach me where I have mistake, and I'm glad that I have him.
Thank you so much, Faris. Good luck for this race. And now we're going to shuffle back to row 2. We're going to talk to one of the brightest bikes on the grid. It's a green color of Wahyu Aji. Last year, we saw it in red and black. This year, it's green and black. So, Wahyu Aji, it's a new season for you guys. You have a new teammate for this season as well. What's your expectations for this year?
In the sport pearl, we have a little setup in the gear, but in race 1, I will push the limit for my team.
Thank you so much, Wahyu Aji. Good luck for this race. And now we're going to shuffle back one more row in the grid. We're going to talk to Pierpont Louis Bumpeng. We can see here number 14, the sole Thai rider for this category. And we're just going to interrupt the photo session real quick. So, Pierpont, you're the only... So we're going to need to translate the thing. You're the only Thai rider for this championship in this category. Do you have any message for the Thai fans watching?
Today I think happy in my race 1 ก็ยังไงก็ฝากเชียร์ผมครับก็เป็นนักแข่งไทยคนเดียวในรุ่นครับก็จะสู้เต็มที่ครับผมเพื่อประเทศเราครับ
Do you think the heat will be a concern for you guys, or you think it's fine?
I think I believe
Very well said. Thank you so much, Pierpont. Back to you, Des and Barry.
Good work. And Thai English, fabulous work on the grid from Pirapong. Competitive and new faces. It was good to talk to Faris Putra. We know Fahmi Bassam and Aditya Fauzi leading the way as well. But some of the old veterans are there as well. Waiwaji Trilaksana, Ahmed Fazlul Sham, they're there as well. April King Moscato, a former champion, of course, on P7. Gupita Krishna and Nazrul Izab bike permitting in 10. This is a strong, strong group of racers.
Yeah, just before we went to the grid interviews, we saw Nazrul on the grid, grinning, so it would seem that he's got a new engine. We certainly hope he has. So that would have been some incredibly hard work done by the team in between. Just looking at one of the SCK bikes there.
Cardinals factory for S1M Evo and Yamaha LFN on the front row of the grid. 3-minute board is up, and the heat, it is getting warm out there, but as you say, that can be a good thing for the tyres.
Yeah, I think the track temperature is just at the top limit at which the tyres work really well. And we are still quite early in the afternoon. We've only had one race so far, another 4 to go. But everybody seems to be where they should be on that grid.
Just looking further down, there's 20 starters. If you've got somebody like John Emerson and Guito down in P20, that's not bad. There is Aditya Fauzi. He will be on the first row of the grid. Aditya, a time of 2:02.4, was 400ths quicker than the man alongside him, Faris Putra. There's not going to be an awful lot. This could be a very, very congested race, because although Aditya is on pole, there was no clear outstanding racer out there in qualification by a wrestler.
That's right. So Aditya was so fast, and Fares also a newcomer, really quick. But we still have all those really experienced riders behind. It was a nice tribute, I thought, that Fares paid to Fazrul Sham, his teammate, in his grid interview. There's LFNH Putra, that is
Fahmi Bassam.
Fahmi Bassam, yeah.
And Fahmi is another who we really got to learn about last year. Fahmi Bassam put in some good performances.
Yeah, so all the faces on the front row are relatively new.
Best position last year was a P4 for Fahmi Bassam. That was in the penultimate round of the season in Zhuhai. He had a P6 in Buriram. So his performance has gradually improved over the season, as you would expect from young racers, particularly in Underbone.
Yeah, April King is due a good race. He's looked pretty good so far.
Akid Aziz down in P13. The Filipino Mazato Fernando down in P15. Afif Amran down in P16. Gosh, there's a galaxy of names in there.
Yeah, and we know, of course, that grid positions don't necessarily determine the outcome in Underbones, to say the least.
So it's a less congested grid than last season. In some ways, that can be very, very good. As we get ready for the formation lap, I'm really keen to see how Nazrul Izzat, the defending champion, he's starting in P10, but just to see how he can perform. It's a new engine, his mechanics, gosh, the poor old mechanics have had to work overtime in the last couple of hours.
Yeah, they surely have. So while he was grinning on the grid, I guess the mechanics should have been in an ice bath outside. But let's see what he can do. It's often said that he doesn't go so well at Chang International. Personally, I don't subscribe to that. I just think he hasn't had quite the run of luck at this Thai circuit.
Here is the starting grid. Aditya Fauzi for Racetech 60 Racing in P1 alongside Faris Putra. Fadil from Cardinals Factory Racing, the Malaysian. He's alongside the Yamaha Fahmi Bassam, the 222 Indonesian.
And for Cardinals Racing in P4, Fazrul Sham. Next to him, Dimas Juliet Moko, this season running for Team One for All. And outside of him, double former champion Wayuaji Trilaksana for Racetech 60.
Cardinals and Racetech look like they've got the engines perfect. April King Moscado for Uma Racing Yamaha Philippines is in P7 alongside Pirapong Luboympeng for Team One for All. And there alongside Gupita Krishnawardana, you write him off at your peril.
Yeah, and defending champion with a huge #1 on the front of his Yamaha, Nazrul Izzat Bahudin. Next to him, newcomer Husni Zainal Fauzi and Shafiq Rosli, running for Uma Racing alongside him.
That's not bad. In P13 for Pitspike One-Way JRT Tech is Akid Aziz from Malaysia. Murba Batoni from the LFN team on the Yamaha MX King 150. Mazato Fernando, new team, G-Rain Kobe Motor Oil Racing. He's in P15, the number 17.
Yeah, and a change of team for Ahmad Afif Amran, who goes to Pitspike One-Way JRT Tech 2 for this season. Next to him for SCK Honda, Rekat Yusuf Fadila and Giancarlo Maurizio down in 18th for Uma Racing Philippines.
Yes, and then Hafiz Faril Razyadan from SCK Honda Racing Team Indonesia, bike number 96, P19. John Emerson Ingito for 4S1M Evo. Yamaha down in P20. Lots of good riders a long way down the field.
Yeah, and a lot of good young riders towards the front. So the dynamic does seem to have shifted a little bit, but when the red lights go out, let's see how that how all that works out.
There's Pirapong Luboympeng in the easy to spot colours of Team One for All.
Yeah, interesting that they've got Dimas Julie and Moko in that team. I wonder whether the change of team could get the best out of Dimas Julie.
Aditya Fauzi certainly got the best out of Aditya on pole position for Racetech 60 Racing. And there is our defending champion. Is all well in the house of Nazrul Izzat-Bahauddin. Certainly the purple livery is recognisable for Uma Racing Yamaha Maju Motor Asia. But is that engine fixed?
Yeah, with all the colour changes and the livery changes for this season, it's reassuring to see the champion in the familiar purple of Uma Racing.
Nervous look on the Cardinals Racing pit crew there, but they've done well in qualification. P1 and P2 for Cardinals. Can they convert qualification into work on the circuit? We are all just about ready. All 20 riders are in position. The red lights are on. We are underway with the first race of the Underbone 150cc season. Aditya Fauzi off to a really slow start, and he was left a long way behind Aditya Fauzi. In fact, he's dropped down to something like P10 off the line by Russell.
Yeah, that was a terrible start. He was almost trying to scoot the thing off the line with his leg. I don't know what happened there, but he was very much caught unawares. But you were talking about Cardinals doing well. Here they are at the front.
Well, they look nervous on the outside, and look at that for a variety of lines going down that long straight. We talk about being 5 or 6 abreast. They were 10 abreast coming into that straight. And although Aditya Fauzi didn't get off to the best start, his teammate has.
Yes, he has. He's got himself into P2 from P6 starting. Aditya's not done yet. He's trying to work his way back up. Here upon Ludwig Peng in the mix, and Dimas Julie also up there close to the front as they head into turn 4.
Faraz Putra was just swamped as they went up a little brow of the hill on that second reverse longest straight there. Now then, we have got Racetech looking a lot better. Aditya Fauzi made really good time down those last 2 straights, somewhere down P10. He's got himself into the lead, Aditya Fauzi, and that's an impressive turn of pace.
Yeah, just looking further back to see where Nazrul is and how that new engine might be working. Now there's the number 1. He is a long way back.
Just look at the timing. Aditya's sector 2 time was 2 whole seconds quicker than Faraz Putra. At one stage had the lead, so Aditya, dreadful start, but that's not a bad way to come back. Putra in his wake at the moment. In that movement as well. Aditya leads the way. April King Moscato is indeed there, and Fahmi Bassam has a look down the inside. There's where the congestion can really catch the riders out.
Yeah, I think Waioaji moved out of the way to let April King lead them across the start line.
Somebody missed out badly on corner number 12, and indeed we have got
Masato Fernando
on his comeback debut for a new team. Masato Fernando from Philippines is out, but the man leading the way is April King Moscato. So from Philippine Nightmare to Philippine leading the way.
Yeah, he's flanked by those 2 distinctive Racetech 60 machines of Fauzi, and
you really don't want to be in the lead on Underbone. That is the worst place to be. On a straight you get just swamped, on a corner you get taken out.
Perhaps just get a little bit of fresh air rather than breathing in the fumes from everybody else.
Nazrul Izzat decides to join the bigger pack because Fahmi Bassam, like 222 again, took the different line. That was interesting. Dimas Julie was kicking up a little bit of dust there. Murabel Vitoli also on there. We're on board. And right behind us, the familiar number 50 of Ahmad Afif Amran. New colours, familiar number.
Yeah, he switched from Cardinals to Pit Spike for this season. A lot of switching around too. Not only new faces, new teams.
The quality of the racing remains high. Husni Zainul Fouadzi, he's a new one for us. As we are on board with Murrell Bilbitoni. He's got company. Magic Trilaxana, bike number 60, is prominent in that first group. 43, Husni Zainul Fouadzi. Well, he is taking Magic Trilaxana taking him on.
Yeah, Equal King looks determined as well, but they are 6 abreast as they get into the braking zone for turn 12. And Fauzi doesn't leave any room for Husni on the exit there.
Murabel Vitoni, that's the man who's we've got the camera on. And he was looking backwards at everybody there. He's just held on to P2 as the Indonesian. Fauzi, and there is Masato. Looks disconsolate. Looks absolutely not happy with life at all, does he?
Yeah, disappointing debut for the new team and the returning rider back on track. We've got pit spike showing at the front.
They come into this at the end of the long straight. It's an 8-lap race on the Underbone bikes. It can be quite a tough old time. Top speed of 172.8, 175.3 from Ahmad Afif Rahman. And Nazrul Izzat, he's doing well. Faraz Putra's put in a 181.5 kilometre top speed as well.
Yeah, Nazrul's put himself right up in that front bunch.
It's a good recovery from the number 1 in the purple liveries. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 at the moment. As they come round this long left-hander technical part of this Buriram circuit. We're just beyond a quarter way, coming up to a third of the way through race 1 of 12 of the season. Race Tech leading the way with Aditya Fauzi.
For the time being, at least. Wayuaji has dropped towards the back of this group, but Aditya Fauzi, after that start, has stayed very near the front.
33 is April King Moscato. 33 is Fares. And there is Nazrul Izzat, the defending champion. We are keeping a very, very close eye on him as Fahmi Bassam, he looks for space. Husni Sano Fwazi, he's in there as well. Husni is making a real good ride of this one. Once again, we're on board with Murabel Vitoni looking backwards. Murabel was leading at the end of the previous lap. This time Murabel is, gosh, he's quite a long way down. He's down in P12.
Yeah, and Fahmi Bassam there, sort of Shafiq Rosley getting amongst it as well. He's a rider that can change the shape of a race in more ways than one.
Fares is leading the way at the moment, bike 33, although once again, a lead doesn't last long. Ahmad Afif Amram was looking for it. Once again, Husni Zainal is chasing.
Yeah, good performance so far from the Team One for All pairing, Dimas Juli and Pirapong.
17 in that first group. John Emerson Ngito being dropped a little bit, as is Giancarlo Maurizio. Masato Fernando is out, so not great day at the office so far for those riders from the Philippines.
Fajrul Sham moving up through as well, and look who's just catapulted himself from the rear to the front of that group. None other than Wayuaji Trilaksana. Gets in front of his teammate, I think, for the first time in this race.
Indeed it was. Nazrul Izzat in P3. Again, it's approaching the halfway stage of this race. Everybody just jockeying for position, staying out of trouble as much as you can do on these Underbone 150s.
Trish.
Nice group.
Yeah, only one rider out so far.
Oh, Nazrul goes wide.
And Afif follows him, yeah.
There was a miscalculation. He was just eased off the racing line. It's the Race Tech 1-2 at the moment. Aditya Fauzi leading the way, and of course, always dangerous is Wayuaji Trilaksana, bike number 60. As you say, different colours, but exactly the same performance from Wayuaji.
Yeah, and that's Akid Aziz in his new colours, making his way towards the front of this group. I think he'll cross the line fourth this time. As Dimas Juli hoists the bike up in the air. I don't know what he thought that was going to do.
Push it on a bit quicker. Nazrul Izzat has recovered from that slight error. He had a real purple patch, same as his colour, in the middle of last season when he had 2 P2s and 3 wins in 5 races, and that effectively catapulted him to the title. But he's surrounded by genuine quality.
Yeah, real good mix of old and new. And although there's a few riders fewer on the grid than we've seen before, doesn't seem to have made any difference.
It seems more packed than ever, doesn't it? Because they're all of equal quality. just one being dropped at the back at the moment. And I think that is Hafiz Farul Razdian from Indonesia. Shafi Grosley, we haven't mentioned Shafi, he's bike number 36, he's in P16 at the moment. Keep an eye out for him as well.
Yeah, he was a little bit further up the order earlier on, and now look who's breaking towards the front.
Peter Kreshner and Nazrul Izzat and Racetek. Just go through the list and one of them will be in the lead when we mention them.
Yeah, we can almost do this blindfolded.
The Aditya leads the way though. It's certainly a colourful grid this year, but it's the green, the lime green of Racetek lead the way. Ahmad Afif Ramram just splits them at the moment. He's in P2, Ahmad Afif.
Yeah, he recovered well from that little excursion a few moments ago.
Nazrul Izzat has gone with him as well. The purple livery of Uma Racing. Also in the mix there. Kid Aziz.
Yeah, Fifan Ran staying very close to the front of this. He's on the other side of the track, so it's a little bit deceptive.
Husni Zainal tries to take a really tight line. How to stay out of danger. Fahmi Bassam leads from Aditya, Husni Zainal, Murabul Vitoni, Gupita Krishna, Afif Amran, Dimas Julie and Faraz Putra. They're the top 8 at the moment, but what's the time differential, the gap? Less than a second, 1 through 18.
Yep, so situation normal for underbones, not normal for any other category of racing. And Aditya cuts across the track and in front of everybody else as they come into turn 3.
Is anyone capable of making a race for it, of trying to make a breakout? But if you do, particularly on the long straight, it's almost like cycling in the peloton. The wind resistance on these 150s, if you work as a group, it just eats up the ground in front of you. Although Aditya Fauzi is doing his best to try to make a little bit of ground up the hill, but then as he goes up the brow of the hill, he's caught and swamped by 4-5 other racers, one of whom is Ahmad Afif Amram.
Yeah, and he is a rider who once broke away here at Chang International. Oh.
Bike 17, black flag. Black flag for Masato Fernando. So he crashed out. Obviously, he's trying to go back on to the circuit. We'll get more about that, but it is a black flag for Masato Fernando of Philippines. DQ.
Yeah, could be that something has been spotted not right with his bike, but look who's at the front now. It is the number 1.
Nazrul Izzat leads the way.
Yeah.
In Super Pole this morning, he had an engine blowout. Ahmad Afif Amram, those two know each other so well from the Capri circuit in Malaysia. Look at the bobbing and weaving going on there as 2-2-2. Fahmi Bassam tries to come through. Nazrul Izzat has to stand up, and losing a lot of ground there was Faraz Putra. And Nazrul Izzat lost a lot of ground as well with 2 laps to go.
But it's still really tight. Afif Amran and Dimas Julie at the front now. Wayuaji has dropped right back in this group.
Faraz Putra in the sky blue. Well, he was in the leading group and he was really forced to stand up and lost an awful lot of ground. You do have an opportunity to make it up, but time is running out. It's the Racetek 177 of Aditya Fauzi, who was on pole, who did lead and still leads coming into this corner, but is just eased out of the way as he went slightly wide at the end of turn 3.
That was Pirapong for Team One for All, who foiled that move, that bid for the front.
And then
now we're on the straight. So
yeah, they just get swamped. 33 comes into the mix. Faraz Putra, there you go, he has made up the ground that he lost. 60 is Wayuaji Chalaksana, former Underbone champion. Several of them out there, former Underbone champions. There's competitors galore. 2-2-2 is Fahmi Bassam, one of the new breed, the next generation of Underbone 150 racers.
Yeah, alongside one of the older generation, Wayuaji. And just coming up, it's difficult to see with the camera, that might have been Akir Aziz.
On board with Murabil. You can see that Nazrul Izzat has lost a lot of ground. He was supposed to stand up at the end of the previous lap. He's gone backwards a little bit here, Nazrul Izzat. So the defending champion, as we knew, not getting things his own way, as Murabil on board with him, just goes past Dimas Juli Atmoko from Indonesia. Aditya still leads. This is the rehearsal coming into the final lap. Aditya is just eased outwards. He's forced a long way out. And coming into the final lap, it is 2-2-2. Fahmi Bassam, who will have the lead from Husni Zainul Fawzi and Aditya Fawzi. Indonesia 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7 and 8. This is fabulous performance by the Indonesian nationals.
Fahmi Bassam had a long look behind him as he came out in the lead at turn 12. And what did he see? Well, about 15 other bikes right behind him.
Is there anybody able to make a break? You've just got to get yourself in position for turn number 12. Ideally, you're in maybe P3 or 4. You're able to choose your line and you're able just to ease the men in front out. How about that? Aditya, did he deliberately go wide to avoid being in the lead?
I think he probably did. Back in the lead is April King Moscado. That doesn't mean much at this point. He's got Pirapong behind him and Wayu Aji behind him. Afifat Ran is in there. They're all in there, Des.
This is fabulous work. We knew it was going to come down to corner number 12. Jockeying for position. 60, former champion, leads the way. Wayu Aji Trilaksana from Indonesia, from Racetech. 157, Murabil Vitoni went a long way wide there. That could be a mistake that could cost him. You don't want a mistake, and oh, is that Nazrul?
It's a hand up there. I couldn't see which of the Uma bikes that was.
It's one of the Uma racing bikes. If it's Nazrul Izzat, the defending champion, will be devastated.
Can't see him in this group. I think it might have been Des.
Could well be. The defending champion have problems in Super Pole, but the race is on for Racetech. Racetech leading the way. And it is Aditya Fawzi, who was on pole position halfway through this final lap. Aditya Fawzi, as they get ready in position for turn 12. Oh, look at that, on the grass, everybody is battling for it. Wayu Aji Trilaksana tries to get on the inside. Oh. There is contact, 3 go down, but in the meantime, 2-2-2. Fahmi Bassam comes to take the victory for Indonesia from Wayu Aji Trilaksana and April King Moscado.
Gubita Kreshna needs to pick himself up, and so does... where was Aditya? He made his way up.
Aditya finished P4. Nazrul Izzat did finish in P5, so he wasn't the Uma Racing rider who went out. So the defending champion in P5, Shafi Grosley down in P15. In the pit, Sakid Aziz, John Emerson and Quito, Giancarlo Maurizio. It's chaos as always in Underbone. This is corner number 12, Barry Russell, and the contact behind the front men.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, he hit from the back, an immediate accusatory finger pointing from Gubita Kreshna.
Husni was taken out in a good position, but up at the front, Fahmi Bassam takes the victory for Yamaha LFN HB 969 Indonesia Racing Team. Wayu Aji Trilaksana in P2. April King Moscado for the Philippines Uma Racing Team in P3. Nobody could break away Barry Russell. We knew it could come down to that final corner number 12 at the end of the 8th lap. Fahmi Bassam was in the right place and the right position to execute perfectly.
Yeah, he was. He kept himself out of that trouble. And April King, good result for him. We haven't seen him on the podium. We didn't see him on the podium in 2023. He was in P3. And I think Wayu Aji and Aditya can be pleased with them on behalf of Racetech 60. 2 riders in the top 4 within 0.4 of a second of the winner.
Confirmation, Fahmi Bassam for Yamaha LFN taking it. 3/10 clear of Wayu Aji Trilaksana for Racetech 60. Uma Racing Yamaha Philippines April King Moscado in P3. Aditya Fawzi Pushed down into P4 for Race Tech. Uma Racing Yamaha's Nazrul Izabahudin starts the defence of his title with a P5 and 11 points. Dimas Juliet Moko, 14-1 for all, P6, half a second down. Muralbil Vitoni, the man with the camera for Yamaha LFN, a good P7. Pirapong Luboinpeng for Team 1 for all in P8. Further down, Fares Putra, who was second on the grid at the start for Cardinals Factory Racing, finishes in P9, 7/10 down. Raykat Yusuf Fadila, that's good for SCK Honda Racing. Him and Hafiz Farrell coming through very, very late on, less than a second behind in 10 and 11. Ahmed Fazrul Sham and Afif Amran, two experienced Malaysians, 12 and 13. Husni Zainal Fawzi, well, he did get up and he did finish. He was jettisoned on corner number 12, but he will pick up 2 points, Husni. Shafiq Grosley out of the points. Kupita Kreshna, Akid Aziz, John Emerson Ngito, Giancarlo Mauricio, and Masato Fernando, who was a black flag.
Yeah, not quite sure for the reason for the black flag from Masato, but not a distinguished return for him. He'll be back to fight another day. But great start for Fahmi Basant for LFN, H. Putra. They had Murabul Butoni in 7th, just half a second back. We'll take a look now as they come into Parc Fermé. Big smile from Wayuaji, he'll be happy with that 2nd place.
I think any points that you pick up over this season, nobody can dominate in this class. There are so many similar quality races. The bikes look really, really competitive. The teams are going to have to work extra hard to pick up the pieces, but tell you what, that is a fabulous win for Fahmi Bassam. I believe it's his first win on the Asia Road Racing Championship at Underbone 150.
Yep. Great performance from him. He couldn't have started this season any better. And LFN are going to be pleased with that as well.
Okay, I think we can go down to Daniel, and he will be talking to, I'm sure, a very out-of-breath Fahmi Bassam.
So we're down here in the Underbone 1, after the Underbone 150 race run with race winner Fahmi Bassam. Fahmi, that was, as always with Underbones, such a tight race, but ultimately you managed to pull a great move at the end and you won the race. How was it?
Ya, saya melakukan starting dengan sangat baik. Saya memulai balapan di grid 3. Balapan tadi sangat, tegang. Saya berterima kasih kepada tim manajer, semua mekanik, dan bos Putra sudah datang menonton dari jauh-jauh dari Batu Licin. Terima kasih.
Thank you so much, Fahmi. So the transition there was that the race was absolutely intense, and he thanked the team, the boss, and the sponsors. Back to you, Desmond Barry.
Fahmi Bassam described this race as intense, and absolutely that's what it was. Aditya Fauzi, bike 177, was on pole, but the man in green got off to a dreadful start. He was very slow off the line, was down in P10, but before the end of lap 1, just to show what Underbone is all about, Barry Russell, he was back up in P1.
Yes, he was, and it was interesting watching the green machines here, because in the end they came through really well. They were always there or thereabouts.
They're easy to pick out, but they're easy to pick out because they've got good racers on them. We don't know an awful lot about Aditya Fauzi. We know an awful lot about his teammates. Wayuaji Chulaksana. Wayuaji would come through in P2. April King Moscato, biker number 43. He'd make several moves as well. One man who wouldn't be happy with how this had finished, Husni Zainal Fawzi. And as a wild card for this particular event, as a replacement rider for this particular event, he was regularly in the lead as Fernando steps out early, later to be a black flag. But the Indonesian racers, they seem to have got an awful lot of young racers coming through at the same time.
Yeah, and we're seeing there Afif Amran, who we know goes so well here. He was a frequent visitor to the front of that group.
Race Tech in green, getting to the front, but Fahmi Bassam, bike 222, have a look at him as well. We can see the Fahmi with 4 laps to go. That's almost identical to how we would take the final corner. Not the sitting up at the end of the lap, but he was really looking very, very strong. Shafiq Grosley made a move. We didn't see an awful lot of Shafiq. He would finish up way down in P15. Actually, I did not finish. But then it came to the final lap and the crazy, crazy final corner by Russell.
Yeah, that was a brave move into turn 4 by Wayuaji Trilaksana. He had Fahmi Bassam there with him. Oh, and there was the slip up.
Gupita Krishna was one of the casualties there. Fahmi Bassam, he goes through to celebrate. Wayuaji Trilaksana and April King Moscato. 23, Gupita Krishna was not a happy camper, but the man at the front, Fahmi Bassam, he certainly was.
That was good reason to finish 3/10 ahead of this field. He did really well.
Okay, so onto the podium. I really wonder how these fellas' brains work. When you're in the midst of such chaos, how you choose the right track, choose the right line, make the right move. It is more than just luck, but it's so easy to get it wrong.
Yeah, it has to be done on instinct, and I doubt whether any of them would easily recall what just happened.
Okay, right. Third place, April King Moscato. Welcome back to the podium, April King. He had 2022, he was third place overall. Wayuaji Trilaksana was also runner-up in 2022. Actually, no, Wayuaji ran in 2022, didn't he?
Yeah, he did, yeah.
But Fahmi Bassam, for the first time, atop the podium.
Yeah, smiling team member from LFN, H. Putra, as well he might.
And we will now have the Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Proudly belting out the national anthem. Indonesia 1 and 2, Fahmi Bassam and Wayuaji Trilaksana. We welcome Jodjanok Chichob, the International Event Director of the Chang International Circuit, to hand out the awards. April King Moscato, as we say, welcome back to him, and Uma Racing to the podium. And that fares well for Indonesia and the team, Barry.
Yeah, it absolutely does. Yeah, also in P6, P7.
Wayuaji Trilaksana in P2 and Fahmi Bassam. Really impressed with how he negotiated the final couple of laps. It can be so chaotic. It is so chaotic in Underbone, particularly when you have a tight final corner, as we do at the Chang International Circuit. Stefan Maki Karapie, the FIM Asia President, to hand out the team prize to the LFN Indonesia team. Nice cheesy grins. That'll be one for the mantelpiece. And they hope that's the first of many this season. Confirmation, Fahmi Bassam, bike 222, takes the victory from Wayuaji Trilaksana, bike 60 from Racetech 60 Racing Team. and April King Moscato, Uma Racing, Yamaha, Philippines. This Buriram International Circuit, the Chang International Circuit, is a regular home for the Asian Road Racing Championship. It's seen many, many close finishes. We've just seen another one in the championship. Confirmation Farmi picks up 25 points for the win, 20 for P2, 16 for 3. Aditya Fauzi happy with 13. Probably he'd like more, but that's good for Race Tech, a P2 and P4. Nazrul Izzat on 11, Dimash Julie, he picks up 10. 9 and 8 respectively for Murul Butoni and Piraponglu Boinpeng. So this is, I guarantee you, going to be a hugely competitive season. There's plenty of racers and bikes capable of doing it. So the Chang International Circuit is, well, it's becoming a bit of a regular place for the Asian Road Racing Championships. The great and the good come and visit. There was a meeting and visit of the Chang International Circuit by the Police General Permpun Chitchop, the Minister of Education from Thailand as well. And we will just go into break with some vision of his visit to the pit lane that took place last night. When we come back, we'll be back with the AP250. You're with the Chang International Circuit, the Asian Road Racing Championship.
IDEMITSU IFG7. Flagship engine oil nano-tailored for high-precision engines. Enhanced performance in 7 ways with super protective septic guard technology, the accumulated wisdom of oil experts. Anti-power loss nanotech keeps your engine performing at its peak for extended periods in harsh conditions. Beat the heat. IDEMITSU IFG7. IDEMITSU IRG5.
The lights go off, we are underway. Astra Honda, a bit of a coming together at the very front. Reza Danica comes in. It's a start to finish victory for Reza Danica Arans. What a way to get his championship charge. We are underway. Also having a look there, but Fairozi. But it's Reza Danica who takes McLaren. Really give everything. Lovely line through the chicane. Up the hill, Reza Danica Arans has been able to... Reza Danica has a good entry. The win, though, will go to Reza Danica Arans. Red lights go out. Reza Danica, how did he fare? I was looking for him. I don't think he's made any places, and I think he's still down.
Now let's see if he can hold it.
Irfan with the pink helmet for identification purposes. Reza Danica tries the slingshot through, takes the tight line. Kiandra's part of this battle as well. We have got going to take the win. Reza Danica leans into Irfan Ardiancia. Different line. Can he close it up? Wow, Reza Danica does brilliantly. P2 is held on by Reza Danica. AP 250 is underway. It's a solid. And also there, Jack Rapat's got up to, but it's McLaren Sarabwech who will... No! And we've got our first casualty. All bike number 1, 2, 3 has to finish, though. He has to finish in this group. If he finishes 10th, he will still be winning the title. And Reza Danica comes in P8. And Reza Danica Arans is your champion of the AP 250cc. And this will be a lovely celebration. There is your champion, Reza Danica. Conservative today, Barry Russell. A look back there at the Asia Production 250 2023 season. Reza Danica Arans and Astra Honda Racing Team absolutely dominant, but there is no Reza Danica Arans this season. He has gone up to the 600cc, but there is an Astra Honda Racing Team and Barry Russell going round this circuit. They will once again be one of the teams to beat, particularly they've still got Herjan Atner Ferdous who's there. As we just have a quick tribute to Indian Oil, who are the new fuel partners of the Asian Road Racing Championships for this season and the next two.
Yeah, they'll be providing the control fuel for the championship. The highest quality, no less, 100 octane.
Highlights from the qualification that took place earlier on today. One or two familiar names in here. Fauzi from Indonesia, going particularly well. He's in P16 at the moment. But let's look at Astra Honda Racing first. Bike number 46, Herjan Atner Ferdous. He's lost one of his mates. There's only two Astra Honda bikes in the 250 category this time. There was a triple coming together earlier on. That caused consternation. And a lot of damage there to Kevin Samar Quintal.
Yeah, that was a nasty one. Kevin came in too hot there and took out two East NJT bikes. Hopefully they'll all be back up.
Back onto the race, and Kiandra Ramadeva, he had a good session on bike 212. He would finish himself in a P4. Cal Vietnam would also do well. He was in first position here, but the Vietnamese would eventually come in P3. Herjan Atner doing well in P2, but it's the man just behind him in the blue, Barry Russell, who would go and take pole position. Fairozi looked really, really strong today. he was nearly a second quicker than anybody else.
Yeah, in fact, that was Arayagaska, his teammate, but it's number 36, Ferozi, who took that pole position, and he's been there or thereabouts all the way through yesterday and today. So great to see the Yamahas on such even terms with the Hondas and the Kawasaki's.
Erjan is looking to go one better than last year, where he had a P2 finish in the overall championship standings. He will hope that Astra Honda Racing can retain their title, but this time with him in the saddle. And eventually, I get us to bike number 36, Muhammad Ferozi Turkatula on the Yamaha Racing Indonesia bike. He would take P1 and a long, long way ahead of everybody else.
Yeah. Fist pumps from his team. And now we're live on the grid.
Conditions, it looks a little bit cooler than it was earlier on. It's still in the low 30s. Let's get a weather update and some pre-race interviews from Daniel down on the grid.
We're down here on the grid now for the AP 250 race one, and don't be fooled, it's still very hot. It's just a small cloud covering the sun for now, but we're going to turn around and talk to Ferozi Turkatula, and we're going to have a quick chat with Ferozi. So, Ferozi, it's a good start to the season. It's a fresh bike. How do you feel coming into the season now?
Yes, I feel it's good, but I feel to the bike is good, but I stay focused for the race. I hope I get podium in round 1 in race 1, and I stay focused and full gas.
Has it been difficult to adapt to the R3 compared to the R25, or has it been okay?
Yes, this bike is more strong than before, than R25. Yeah, I'm confident.
Thank you so much. We look forward to seeing that confidence after this. So that's Ferozi right there with the brand spanking new Yamaha R3, and we're going to drop down to third on the grid with a very fast Car Vietnam, and this has been a real terrific performance by Car Vietnam. So Car Vietnam, we have seen you improve every time since last season, and you're now on the front row of the grid. How does this race look for you?
I just keep my head cool, because I already fighting for the podium on last 2 rounds in 2023. So this is not the first time, so I can learn something from last ride.
Thank you so much, Car Vietnam. Good luck for this race. And now we're going to head down a couple of rows back to someone who's returning to the Asia Road Racing Championship grid, and someone who's just come fresh from World Championship experience. So we expect big things from the young Malaysian, and that's Sharifuddin Azman. So let's have a quick word with him. So, Damok, as you're known in Malaysia, welcome back to ARC. This has been a decent start for you. How do you feel on the grid now?
I feel great right now. The only things that we will see in every session, I was struggling in the straight. So for me, I need to be enjoy and keep calm. And we will see later. If I can catch them, I catch in the corner only.
You've been riding prototype bikes for quite a while now. Has it been tough to adjust back to production bikes?
It's quite a bit difficult, but I catch up very fast to understand this bike. So we will see, and let's enjoy for the race.
Thank you so much, Damok. Back to you, Desenberry.
Thank you very much. Yes, Damok back on the grid, but 9th overall for the IDEMITSU FIM Honda team. So he hasn't had things going all his own way, but it is good to get that kind of quality racer back on the circuit, Barry Russell.
Yeah, and this is race day, so you can expect a good performance from him when the lights go out, for sure. As of course you can from the rider in our view now, Herjanatna Firdaus for Astra Honda, and we're looking back at his prodigy of a young teammate. There are a few of them on this grid. Kiandra Ramadeepa.
He's the Astra Honda again. He came through a Talent Cup and has performed pretty well already. He's in P4 for today, 152.8, so he's 1.4 seconds down as the Indian Oil executives get their run through. Irfan Heikel from IDEMITSU FIM Honda. He'll be looking to improve on last year. Lots expected from Irfan, and he's not properly delivered on the international scene yet, but Irfan will be Again, looking to be as competitive as he possibly can be down in P5 for IDEMITSU FIM Honda.
Yeah, he's looked a lot more aggressive and confident this time around.
Arai Agaska, who we first saw on the ARRC last year in the underbones, stepping up to the 250s this time.
Yep, he's made a promising start too. Lots of new talent and quite a new look for this AP 250 grid.
The AP 250s, a couple of competitors in the TVS 1 make last year, stepping up into the 250s. Pewa Patumios, Watcherin.
Yeah, Piawat, formerly with Honda Racing Thailand, of course, who took many pole positions and a win or two in AP 250s. Back along, now he's with East NJT. East NJT, I notice, have a major new sponsor in the form of PTT, the National Oil Company of Thailand.
Let's hope that can help make them competitive. They're certainly easily to spot on the pit wall. They're purple. There we go.
And there we are. That's the colour scheme.
They weren't the engineers. At least I don't think they were. Okay, so we come down for the formation lap. There are 22 starters out on the grid. It's a nice size, plenty of opportunity for overtaking and competitive racing. Fairozi will be the man who leads us off for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. Fairozi, who won the 1 Prix in Indonesia 2 seasons ago, stepping up onto 250. He will be on pole position for Yamaha Racing alongside Herjan Adneverdas from Astra Honda Racing and Cao Vietnam from Honda Racing Vietnam. Great to see him on the front row.
Yeah, and on the second row, the youngster from Indonesia, Astra Honda Racing's Kiandra Ramadipa. Next to him, the improving Irfan Haikal, and another newcomer, Arai Agaska Debani Laksana for Yamaha Racing Indonesia.
Third row has Pewa Patumios from East NJT Racing alongside his teammate Watchim Timon and Sharafuddin Azman, aka Damak from IDEMITSU FIM Honda.
Aiki Yoshi starts 10th on the 4-cylinder inline motor sniper manual tech Kawasaki. Next to him, East NJT's Oret Tong Nopakun, and outside of him, Nguyen Hu Tri for Honda Racing Vietnam.
A variety of bikes on the grid. There's a Ton Ampul from Honda Racing Vietnam. There's alongside Deandra Trihardika on the second of the Kawasaki's. And Alfonso Reyes Santos Dakigan from SDG team Harkbro Honda Philippines. He's on the Honda CBR 250RR.
And on row 6 in P16, the fastest of 3 Chinese newcomers to AP 250, Shun Chen Jiang. Next to him, Gao Zhe Ang. And outside of him, the Filipino, Frey R. Marco Suba for Pits Bike One Way.
And Kevin Quintal, despite being involved in that crash, he is on row 7 alongside Pachadagon and Mohsin Parambam from IDEMITSU Honda Racing India.
And rounding out the field is Hong Kong rider Yong Nan Tze, and next to him, also for Victor Racing from mainland China, Wang Jiedong.
We're certainly getting around the globe with the racers and the riders in this AP 250. Promises to be competitive. Well, some naughty goings on. Mohsin Leong and Wang Jiedong were all disqualified from official qualifying, so they're right at the back of the grid. And the variety of bikes, what the organisers have tried to do is get a real equality of performance amongst all the bikes.
Yeah, and it's worked in certainly in practice and qualifying, and I think we'll see this in the race as well.
Yamaha looking on. Okay, we are just about to get underway. AP 250. Race 1 of the season. Strong start from the man on pole, Fairozi Torkatila from Yamaha Racing Indonesia. In fact, it's a flying start from bike number 36. He's taken Herjan Adna with him. Cao Vietnam under immediate pressure from Kianda and Irfan Haikal.
Yeah, very nicely away there from Fairozi Torkatila. He had a huge advantage with his lap time in qualifying, but I don't think that's going to mean too much now, as Herjan Adna comes up and passes him on the long run to turn 3.
You come down a little bit of a hill and then go back up that same hill. It's a little bit deceptive. Once you walk around it, you realise you're puffing and panting, but look at that, Herjan Adna. He was a long way down, but he's followed by the 2 Yamahas of Fairozi and Arai Agaska, Yamaha Indonesia 2 and 3 at the moment. Just wondering if the Kawasaki's are going to be able to make any headway in. The best of the Kawasaki's was P10, Aiki Ayoshi. He's a chunk way back there. There he is in the green livery.
Yeah, the other Kawasaki has a class rookie on board, so it really, I think, rests on the shoulders of Aiki Ayoshi to see what this four-cylinder screaming R25 Kawasaki.
You see, Cal Vietnam has lost a couple of places there. Making a way forward is Keandra Ramadipa. So the Yamahas are chasing the Honda of Erjan Atna. There will no be 1, 2, 3s this year, as Astra Honda dominated so much in this category in the 2023 season. He's trying to dominate from the front anyway, Erjan Atna Firdauss. It's an impressive start, an impressive first lap.
Yeah, he must, despite the technical changes that have taken away some advantage for the Astra Hondas, Erjan Atna still started as favourite.
Fairozi 36 and Araya Gasker on the Yamahas 38. They're just tapped in just behind. As they look through the mist, it's still warm out there, a little bit of cloud cover. That hasn't changed, and these first three are trying to pull away. Mohamed Keandra Ramadipa trying to hold on to them. Ramadipa also Astra Honda Racing, so Yamaha and Astra Honda just pulling away from the rest. Can the others pull that gap back?
Yeah, you've got Irfan Haikal and Cal Vietnam just behind this little group that's got a slight advantage on the rest of the field, this group of 4. And Aiki Ayoshi is with them on the Kawasaki. And we are really intrigued to see how this four-cylinder Kawasaki does.
He's just getting onto the edge of there, right. Through the technical area, the Kawasaki's, right, real contrast of styles and on the bikes and on the powers.
Yeah, Kawasaki's going to lack some of the grunt to get out of the corners, but in theory at least should go a little bit faster on the straights.
Arai is pushed down into P4 by Keandra Ramadipa. 2 relatively new faces from Indonesia, but it's Indonesia 1, 2, 3, 4 at the moment. Irfan Haikal doing his best on bike 41 to get involved. In fact, Irfan Haikal is up into those top 4 positions.
Just squeezed up a little bit. It looked as though there was going to be a breakaway group of 4, but that's completely disappeared now.
Ayoshi is in there, Cal Vietnam is in there. Cal Vietnam tries to go around the outside, Ayoshi tries to go the inside. The Vietnamese and the Japanese, though, are behind the 4 Indonesians, 1, 2, 3, 4, but we have a race on our hands here.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see on this next section where we got this long fast run up to turn 3 and then the fast run from turn 3 down to turn 4. What the gap is between the Yamahas, the Hondas, and that lone Kawasaki near the front, although dropping. Oh no, there he is.
Well, he's fast. He's got the fastest top speed of 199.3, 200 kilometers per hour now, he and Cal Vietnam. So the Kawasaki is quick on straight line speed. Sharafuddin Azman's got himself close to that front 5 as well. There's Sharafuddin, bike number 63. He's just tailing Ayoshi. Welcome back, Sharafuddin.
Yeah, well, he will have learned a whole lot about racecraft in Moto 3, that's for sure. He puts himself up alongside Aiki Ayoshi, who needs to make that Kawasaki work.
Tong Nopakun also in that little group as well, in the easy to pick out white and purple. And look at this. This is Mohamed Keandra Ramadipa making his way clear. He's 0.2 of a second clear of Cal Vietnam, who's got ahead of the 2 Yamahas. Gosh, it's all gone a little bit pear-shaped for Erjan Atna.
Keandra Ramadipa doing a really good job here. Got Cal Vietnam behind him. Cal Vietnam got much of a swagger about him these days. We just saw Erjan getting mugged by Aiki Ayoshi.
The Kawasaki looks to be very, very quick through sector 3. So it's all change at the front. We will have 7 laps to go. Cal Vietnam has the lead from Fairozi. from Kiandra, from Arai Agaska. Yamaha 2 and 4, Yamaha Blue 2 and 4, Astra Honda Erjan Atna down in P5, Kawasaki in P6, Sharafuddin still holding on, bike 65 in P7.
Yeah, that Honda Racing Vietnam is really quick for Cal Vietnam. One of 2 bikes hitting 200 kilometers per hour mark through the speed traps. 2 Hondas, 2 Yamahas. I think that's Ferozi splitting up those front 2 Hondas. Ramadipa, Kiandra Ramadipa, the first of them.
Cal Vietnam, the bike 65, his last lap inside 1:53. His qualification time was not much quicker than that.
Yeah, that was a really aggressive entry to turn 4. That takes big cojones.
You had to
help.
Erjan Atna moves into P2. We haven't got an eject button in here. As Fyrosi.
Thank goodness.
And Agaska, sorry, you put me off as well. Now then, that's the second of the Kawasaki's. A little bit further down.
Yeah, that's Deandra. He's been improving through the weekend. So, yeah, Aiki Yoshi got a little bit of catching up to do. There's 2 East NJT Hondas in the action there, in the front group.
He has the lead, Cal Vietnam. He looked confident. It's almost like he didn't want to say too much to Daniel about how confident he was feeling. But he's been there or thereabouts. He was on the front row of the grid. He's qualified well. His practices were good. He was consistently inside the top 3 times for that. Ayoshi once again has posted a very, very quick top speed of 200 kilometers an hour, but so has Cal Vietnam.
Yeah, and you made a good point, Des, because Cal Vietnam, he's doing his talking on the bike. If you look at his body language on the bike, and when he's off the bike, actually, you can see there's more of a swagger about the Vietnamese rider this year. We've known his quality for a long time.
Well, he's improved season upon season. Yoshi has dropped off the pace quite a bit. He must have made a mistake off of camera. Meantime, Erjan Atna, as he did last year, he always keeps himself interested up at the front. Bike number 46. He's been as low as P6, but there he is, just edging his way into P3 now. Fyrozi, Cal Vietnam, Erjan Atna, Arai Agaska, and Sharafuddin Azman. Well, look at that, bike 63, Sharafuddin. Seems to be enjoying his return back to the Asian Road Racing Championship.
Yeah, we thought come race day we would see him make up for any shortcomings in practice and qualifying.
Watcherin's also there, bike number 25 for the East NJT team. He'll have some local knowledge that can maybe eke out a 1/10 of a second here and there. In the meantime, Cal Vietnam has got hours and hours and hours of racing behind him. A lot of experience. Once we come round corner number 12, there will be 5 laps of the circuit remaining. Ooh, Cal Vietnam has a little bit of a wobble. Has to settle himself down, but is able to hold on to the speed. No doubt he'll be swamped by the 2 Yamahas, but he led going over the line, Cal Vietnam.
Yeah, there's no shortage of power in that CBR 250 RR. The technical geniuses of ARRC have done a fantastic job in evening out the performance of these 3 very different kind of bikes that we've got here. The Yamaha R3, the Honda CBR 250, and the R25 Kawasaki.
Yeah, it's certainly a heck of a lot more competitive than 2023 season, where there was one dominant team, one dominant bike. Now a couple of tweaks with the ascent of all of the teams. And suddenly you've got how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, possibly down to Warwick, within a second of the leader.
Yeah.
Erjan Atna retakes the lead.
Yeah, and on the straight then it was Aiki Yoshi on that quick Kawasaki who just edged his way past Warwick. And yeah, there you go, well pointed out. There's 200.7. That's the fastest we've ever seen an AP 250 around here.
Lap times coming down from Ayoshi inside 1:53. he is. He's still at the back though. He seems to be very, very quick, but has problems negotiating some of the tighter corners. In the meantime, Watcherin took Timon for the East NJT team. He's nicely tucked in P5. That's bike number 25, and Sharafuddin Azman just biding his time. Tell you what, we thought that the underbone was congested, and it is. There's a good chance this AP250 is going to be very congested on the last corner of the last lap as well.
Looks like it is, and Hergent leads across the line again. And you have to think about the quality of Hergent, because and Ferozi and Cal Vietnam, and here we go. As soon as you start going through the field, you've got the Arayagaska, number 38, threatening on behalf of the youngsters, along with Kiandra. Cal Vietnam back into third and second. And now let's see what happens as they peel into turn 3.
I think you could go right the way down to P10 as possibilities. Maybe Irfan Heichel's a little bit off the pace in P10. But right the way down, Ayoshi is in P9 at the moment. That's the green livery just at the back of that, so yeah. 10 racers in with a genuine chance, 4 laps to go. Keep your powder dry.
Yeah, and talking about Cal Vietnam, his corner entry into turn 3 was very confident. He slid it in and didn't lose any time. Set himself up for a quick exit. And that's part of what we mean when we're talking about the newfound confidence of the Vietnamese, dare I say it, veteran. It seems like he's been around for a long time.
It does, New Dent. He's still in his 20s. Race final warning. Bike 117 is Pacharagon. He's not involved in the front 10.
2 of his teammates are.
Behind them, Watcherin. This is a very, very tidy little ride as well from Watcherin, bike number 25. He's kept himself there or thereabouts, as has Kiandra Ramadipa. Bike 212 just behind them. The 2 Yamahas, easy to pick out in the blue, as is the green of the Kawasaki of Ayoshi, who's got himself up into P7. I'm saying, though, keep an eye on Sharafuddin Azman. He's just tracking the front 6 or 7. Everybody lapping around about the 153. Cal Vietnam a 152.7. Everybody else in around the low 153s.
Yeah, just watching again as they come in to this loop at turn 3. The track is so wide. There are many lines you can take around here and still keep an advantage. Watcherin just got himself onto the green there. He didn't get any advantage as a result, so that won't matter. But absolutely 3 abreast there, the 2 Yamahas.
Oh, bit of contact. Ferozi. Just a little hip check. Oh, it's Ayoshi. Ayoshi's gone wide now. Is that an engine problem?
I think I saw smoke coming out from that Kawasaki, Des.
So Ayoshi, his challenge will end. And the Kawasaki challenge will theoretically end as well. Kiandra is the new race leader. Ayoshi will struggle back to the pits to find out what went wrong.
Yeah, the good thing is he got himself straight off the track.
And that's after he had that fastest time, top speed of 200.7. But look at this, Herjan Adna alongside Kiandra Ramadipa, the teammates. Cal Vietnam has a look on the inside and takes the inside line, but Kiandra is just able to hold out, closes the gate. We come here with 2 laps to go. Honda, Yamaha leading the way. Everybody getting very excited on the pit wall now.
Yeah, Ferozi keeping himself there. He started from pole. He's in P4. He's been at the front all the way through. His teammate Arayagaska hasn't been so far behind, and we haven't talked too much about Irfan Heichel, number 41, but he's remained in this group as well. So good performance from the young Malaysian.
He has, as has Sharafuddin. And they've not been racing either. I know looking after your tyres isn't such a big deal, but it can't do any harm if you're not racing and you are looking after your tyres. as Sharafuddin. He's had nice racing lines to go with. Having a little word there with Arai Agaska. Don't know what the hand signal there from Arai was all about. More contact. Once again, it's Fairozi and Cal Vietnam. Urjanatna nearly the sandwich.
Yeah, newly discovered aggression from Cal Vietnam. As they come through turn 5, they need to keep tight on the exit and flick it right for turn 6.
Kiandra suddenly just putting on a burst of speed. He had a 42.6 sector 2, 2/10 faster than anybody else, 3/10 faster than anybody else. It's small incremental changes, but he's managed to really spread out the field for the very first time, Barry Russell.
Yeah, and Sharafuddin is stalking this front 3 or 4 bikes.
Arai Agaska, bike 38 at the end. In front of him, Irfan Heikel. So then, as they turn into corner number 12, this will go on to the final lap, and Sharafuddin Azman is there. Stalking was the perfect adjective. He gets overtaken by Arai Agaska, but he might fancy his chances if he can just close the space. Irfan Heikel gives Sharafuddin a bit of a shock. Where did you come from? You're my teammate.
Yeah, exactly. Teammates helping each other, geeing each other along. And look how much Cal Vietnam wants this. Look how much Kiandra wants this. And here comes Urjanatna. He expected to win this, so he needs to stamp his authority.
Urjanatna, 46, slides around the tight corner number 3. Fairozi Torkatila from Indonesia, Yamaha Racing Indonesia in the blue, in P2. Cal Vietnam, these 5 have swapped the lead regularly. And look at that, Mohamed Kiandra, who was for so long in the lead for a lap and a half or so, he's dropped down to P5. Is there anything left from Sharafuddin? Have IDEMITSU Bunsu Honda left enough?
Yeah, Fairozi wants some of this as well. I think that was Kiandra getting a little bit out of shape, taking a tight entry to that corner.
East NJT team just at the back here, just don't look like they've got the pace at the moment. Leading the way is Herjan from Cal Vietnam. We are into the final half of this final lap of the first race of 12 of the season, and this augurs very, very well for a hugely competitive AP 250 championship.
Yeah, the rule tweaks have really worked. Nail-biting time. Herjan, Fairozi wants it. Cal Vietnam wants it.
Who has the position? Fairozi, 36. He tries to get in there. Arai Agaska tries to take him. It looks very, very good for the Yamaha. And the Yamaha, it looks like he's going to make it Fairozi. It's a Yamaha 1-2. Fairozi from Arai Agaska. Herjanatna, Sharafuddin Azman in P4. Kiandra Warit Wacharin. Cal Vietnam edged out to P8. But 1-2 for Yamaha, and aren't they happy?
Yeah, Cal Vietnam got edged out there and clattered off the circuit. Did get back on to finish 11. Let's have another look at that. But Fairozi Torkatila, what a victory, what a 1-2 for Yamaha Racing Indonesia.
It is a brilliant 1-2, and you saw how they celebrated as well. Arai was almost as pleased as Fairozi with that victory for Fairozi. That's his first. And wow, what a season this promises to be. That is a fabulous way for the first of the 12 races of the campaign to get underway. This is going to the final corner, level pegging. Cal Vietnam is, as you say, was pushed wide and off the track. He would get up and he would finish Cal Vietnam in P11.
Yeah.
But bike number 41 of Irfan Heikel wouldn't finish.
Yeah, it was Irfan Heikel who clattered him.
The Yamaha stayed out of problem. Herjanatna from Indonesia, a P3 for him, but Fairozi Torkatila, he takes P1. Great stuff, Barry Russell.
Fantastic. You can see how much that meant to him.
0.15 between the two Yamahas at the end. Yamaha Racing Indonesia 1 and 2. Fairozi, Arai Agaska, Debani Laksana. Herjan Adna third house, Astra Honda Racing in P3. IDEMITSU Bunchu Honda, Sharafuddin Azman, welcome back, 7/10 down. Just ahead of Kiranda Ramandeepa from Astra Honda Racing. So 3 and 5 for Astra Honda. East NJT Racing, that's a good day at the office for Warrington Watcherin. 27 and 25. Ton An Phu from Honda Racing Vietnam. How about that? The first of the Vietnamese was actually Ton An Phu, and it wasn't the man who finished P11, Cal Vietnam. Alfonso Rey Santos Dakigan from SDG Team Hark Pro. He finishes 14 seconds adrift. Hu Tri ahead of Cal Vietnam, 10-11. Pewa Patumyas in P12, bike 188 for East NJT. 13 is Kevin Quintal from IDEMITSU Honda Racing Indonesia. Pacharagon, 26 seconds down, just ahead of Deandra Trihardika. That is 1 through 15. But there is our winner, Fairozi Torakatila, and it's a Yamaha 1-2. And they did it perfectly on the final lap, on the final corner.
Yes, they did, and now I'll tell you what, Des, there are tears behind that visor.
We are just hearing from race control that there is a change as well, not affecting 1 and 2, but Sharafuddin Azman has got himself a podium because Herjan Adna has been relegated a place from P3 down to P4.
I didn't notice, but perhaps he ran a little bit wide on the final turn. I didn't notice it because our attention was drawn by the crash involving Irfan Haikal and Cal Vietnam. But we wait here. Yeah, he's going to keep that visor, keep that helmet on.
It's unofficial, the news I just gave you. The race result is under investigation, but that is what we're hearing, that there will be a change from 3 to 4. Herjan Adna Firdous replaced by Sharafuddin, but that means nothing for Fairozi and Araya Gaska. Fairozi, he was on pole position, he was under pressure all the while, but he came through when it really mattered to take the victory. 25 points for him. What a great way to start the season. What a great way for Indonesia to start the season.
Yeah, it's been coming for a few seasons for Rosie. We've been willing him to realise his potential and put himself at the front. We saw signs of it late last season, and now as the tears flow we can see that it's all come good in the very first race of the 2024 season for the Asia Road Racing Championship. Wow,
that is emotion. And that was like Underbone. That was as crazy a finish as Underbone.
Actually it was, and the racing was equally close. I mean, if you look at the gaps, you got the first 7 covered by just over a second.
And that's after 2 were crashed out on the final corner as well.
Exactly.
Incredible racing, fabulous. Irfan Haikal was a did not finish. He was the man who took out, and they are tears of relief, of joy, of stress, of everything.
Yeah, there we are.
And amidst all that, Daniel Bogas, our pitside reporter, is looking to get a word. The race result is under investigation, but it doesn't affect the front 2. But Sharafuddin, as you can see, his bike has been pushed into P3.
Yeah, if that is the case, that will have been a good result, first result for him.
Well, welcome back to Sharafuddin. Still just waiting for Fairozi to make himself available and to dry those tears. But I think we can go down to the Parc Fermé and join Daniel Bogas.
So we're down here at Parc Fermé after the AP250 race run. First of all, Fairozi, congratulations. It was a late lunge on the last lap at the last turn, but you made it stick. What a race.
Yeah, for the first time, thank you for my team, my family, and thank you all my brother. Yes, in race 1, I stay focused, but I keep the engine for the temperature. I keep the low, but and for the 2 laps to go, I try to push, and I pushed in the last corner for the last lap. Alhamdulillah saya ucapkan terima kasih pada Allah Subhanahu wa taala. This podium dedicated for almarhumah, my mom, and my wife and my family all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Fairozi. Congratulations once again.
There will be tears of joy at the end of this race for bike number 36, Mohamed Fairozi Torokotila. But he started on pole position. He got off to a flying start. But after that, it was anything but easy for him, Barry Russell.
Yeah, initially we saw Herjan Atner getting after it, really determined to make this first race of the season count. And he made his way up towards the front. But Fairozi never lost touch, and neither did his teammate, Arai Agaska.
Cal Vietnam was one of a group of 5 that looked in the early stages that they were going to just pull away, but behind them, IDEMITSU Bunshu Honda with Sharafuddin Azman, bike number 63, and his teammate Irfan Heikel. They were staying close, and the local Thai team, East NJT, they had a couple of racers in there as well. So that train of 5 soon became a train of 10, including the Kawasaki of Aoshi.
Yeah, it was impossible for the front few to get away. At this point, Aiki Yoshi, as you say, was amongst it on that 4-cylinder Kawasaki.
This is just a rehearsal for how congested it was going to be. If 5 are going together, yes, you can assume that you can just keep a cool head. But then Aoshi crashes out. We were down to a top 9. But any one of that train of 9 you felt would be able to go and take this. Cal Vietnam, we thought, yeah, maybe this is the chance. Sharafuddin, perhaps this is the chance. But it would indeed be the teammates of the blue Yamahas who would, on this final lap and on this final corner, Barry Russell, really get it absolutely dead right.
Yep, Ramadeepa was trying to get amongst it, but the desire from Herjan, from Cal Vietnam, and from Fairozi. Look at this line he's taking here.
Protected by Arai Agaska. And then they're so tight they're able to do it. There was a crash that took out Cal Vietnam, but it's a 1-2 for Yamaha Indonesia. What a perfect way for them to start the season. No wonder there's celebrations in amongst the pit crew.
Jubilant. They've struggled hard for several seasons, Yamaha Racing Indonesia, and now it's coming good.
It's 250. I love the start we made to this season. There's less competitors than last year, but it's so much more competitive. As we look at the colours of Buriram, we are in Thailand. We are in what has become almost the home of Asian Road Racing Championship. The start and ending of the last few seasons have belonged to the Chang International Circuit. We always get a great venue, and we always get great racing. And I tell you what, the last 2 races we had going down to the final corner of the final lap, and even then we weren't sure who was going to win it.
Yeah, and talking about ARRC and Chang International, first international event was ARRC back in 2015.
Wow, that seems a long time ago. Right.
In second
so,
place,
Sharafuddin.
Yamaha Racing Indonesia.
Oh, that's interesting. Herjan Atner is the man who's gone up there. A very pole-faced Herjan Atner in P3. He's saying, I went over the line in 3rd place, so I'm going to go onto the podium. We are still under investigation. That's for P3. P2 and P1, no doubt about it. Arai Agaska Dibani Laksana in P2. Mohamed Fairozi Torokotila with the tears and the praise for his family. And Yamaha Racing Indonesia to take the team award. We'll get the awards given after the Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya. the stirring Indonesian national anthem. And that is a very, very proud moment, both for team and rider. Stefan Maki Karapié, FIM Asia President, will be handing out the awards. Great support from FIM to this IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. 27th competitive season, will be up to 29, were it not for those two COVID-affected years. But now, a very important part of the motor racing calendar, and a very, very important win there for Yamaha Indonesia. The confidence it will give them, the confidence it will give Fairozi Torkotila that he can do it on the international stage.
Yeah, tears have turned to smiles, which is good. A very wry smile from Herjun on the podium there.
Team awards will be handed out by Masanori Enomoto, the Managing Director of Idemitsu Lube Asia Pacific. Our thanks, as always, for their title sponsorship of this series. Yamaha Racing Indonesia, the grateful recipients, and a very proud Mr. Enomoto takes his place with the Greek girls ahead of Fairozi, Arai Agaska Debani Laksana, and Herjun Atna, who is on the podium, but we are waiting confirmation of who got P3. We believe it's Sharafuddin, but Herjun is reluctant to leave that P3.
Very often in the late stages of the race, they don't even realise they've made an error.
Well, look at this. He's been given it. So Sharafuddin went into P3. We'll sort that out for you. We'll get confirmation. We're getting mixed messages in the commentary area, so we'll sort that out for you before the start of the next race, the 600 Super Sports. But for now, Fairozi guaranteed 25 points. Araya Gaska Debani on 20. Herjun Adna 16. Sharafuddin, despite his bike going in to the P3 in the Park Ferme, he's in P4 at the moment. Kiandra in 5. Warrit and Wacharin from East NJT Racing, 10 and 9 points respectively. Ton and Phu from Honda Racing Vietnam team. They would have been hoping Cal Vietnam would be on the podium. They'll have to be content with Nguyen Ton and Phu picking up P8 for 8 points. Okay, we are heading off for a quick commercial break as we get the bikes ready for the next race, which will be the Super Sport 600cc. We've had 3 terrific races so far. We've still got 2 to come this afternoon and 5 more tomorrow. Don't go too far away. This is the Asia Road Racing Championships from the Chang International Circuit in Buriram, Thailand.
IDEMITSU IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with super bike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. IDEMITSU IRG5. IDEMITSU IRG7. Race-bred nano-tailored oil for enhanced acceleration and horsepower. Even in harsh conditions, the 7 protective benefits of septic guard technology keep your engine performing at its peak. Even a split-second advantage can change everything. Born to win. IDEMITSU IRG7.
Red light is out, gets off to the best. Behind them you've got Minamoto, who's really made it only half a second clear of the two behind him, as yes, Helmi Asman goes through to P2. Karol Idampawi, who looked like he was going to take this victory, now finds himself. Karol Idampawi on the inside! Karol Idampawi!
Competitive start, indeed it is. Gingerly edges into that first corner, nobody leaning too much at the early stage. Minamoto leading the way from Abe.
We know he goes well in the wet from Suzuka in 2019.
Coming out of it, Kito Abe, Minamoto, lovely line through the chicane. What kind of a Minamoto in 2.
And it's underway. Look at that, Minamoto has got through into P2. It's a better start this time. Minamoto's not being pulled in, looking good, looking smooth. Minamoto is able to turn into corner 17 and will drive out for a first win of the season.
We are underway. It's still around about 7th or 8th, but forced to stand up.
Soichiro getting a toe there as they go into the final turn.
Perfect from Chip Nakarin. Lovely line. Minamoto won't get the pull he wants.
Yeah, race number 11 of the season is underway. Minamoto off to a steady start. He's got his bodyguard alongside him, Soichiro Minamoto. And Soichiro Minamoto will come through. He is led from start to finish. Apiwa takes the lead for the first time. You said it, go for the win. Minamoto says, hey, this is my day. And Apiwa Wongtananan from Thailand looks over his shoulder. The win for Apiwa, the championship for Minamoto, ends the season with podiums in the last 6 races in succession to become champion Supersport 600 for the first time. The King looks down on the Chang International Circuit at Buriram. Soichiro Minamoto will not be defending his 600 Supersports title. He'll be moving up to the Superbikes 1000. He'll be on duty later on this afternoon. Just before we move on to the Supersport 600, just confirmation that Herjan Atner was awarded an official P3 and 16 points at the end of the previous race. There was an original decision to give Sharafuddin Azman P3, but that has been reversed, and so Herjan Atner picked up P3. Right, on to the Supersport 600. Qualification took place earlier on this morning. Barry Russell, you were on duty watching it, and Helmi Asman made a fine fist of things.
Yes, he did, and he did it early. They came out, both those Bunsu Hondas, on qualifying tyres. At the beginning of the session, they were concerned about the rising track temperature, so made the most of it. It was a tactic that would turn out to work. Apiwa Wongtananan, who was fastest pretty much all the way through yesterday, he didn't make the most of his qualifying tyres. He came out much later in the session, but it didn't work out for him. And behind them, as we will see in a moment, I suspect, well, we stay with Apiwat because he is the rider to watch out for. We were all over him at the end of last season as he ran together with Soichiro Minamoto in the final round, but it was Helmi Asman. Nobody was going to bet at his time. He spent the rest of the session perfecting his race setup, which could bode well for today. There was 0.006 of a second separating the two Bunsu Hondas at the end. They will start from P1 and P2.
Yeah, Helmi and Azroy Hakim Anwar, they are joined at the hip. They train together, they've raced together for so long. Behind them, Veda Igapratama, he's stepping up to the 600s now. He's a slight fellow, he's not a strong fellow, and sometimes, Barry, it looks like he's really struggling to hold on to the power of these 600s.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, his forearms and shoulders have been getting a good workout. He's had a few squiggles on that, a few tank slappers, but no problem here for Azroy Hakim Anwar.
For Helmi Asman and Azroy Hakim Anwar, they'll be looking for the Supersport 600 just to try and get some reward for really good careers. Helmi has won a title in the past, Azroy hasn't, but Helmi is looking particularly strong. But he and his teammate will be working this together for the whole season. I think in this Supersport 600, that is a pairing to beat. But Apiwa Wongtananan, P3 here, he will really be giving it a go.
Yeah, he thinks he owns this place. Let's see.
Fans in to see if Apiwat and the other Thai racers, Tanat Leonplio and Kiatisak, are able to do anything. So there's 3 ties out on the grid. Let's see if, as we have a look at the circuit, it's that corner number 12. I always go to there. And we've seen in the underbones and in the AP250s that that's where the race was won and lost. But that is the circuit. Let's go down onto the grid where Daniel Bogas is ready to talk to some of the riders.
We are down here on the grid now for the Super Sport 600 Race 1, and we have cooling temperatures still very warm, but we do have cloud cover and it is going to get a bit cooler. But for now, before the hot action takes place, we're going to talk to the man on pole, Helmi Yazman. Helmi, this season you're starting it off with a bang. You're on pole position. Could this be the best we see of Helmi Yazman?
Yes, we have a good weekend also for the last pre-season test. Also, we have make something new for the bike. And yes, for this race, I will try for fight for win and also try to. Firstly, I want to try to attack and try to finish until checker flag.
We're looking forward to that, Helmi. Good luck. And now we're gonna just go over 2 places, and we're gonna talk to none other than Apiwat. And Apiwat is in a sea of blue right now. We're just going to try to interrupt him real quick. So Apiwat, you're back this season as a full season rider finally. And so you've been performing excellent in practice. You're starting on the front row. How does this race look for you?
Yeah, today is difficult for me in the qualify. But yeah, I go with the road. But everybody can beat me. But yeah, it's just qualify. But for the race, I focus to the good race and keep the constant. And I will try to the best. And we will see in the race.
I just noticed they put a band-aid on your hand. Is it okay?
Yeah, everything okay, but a little bit.
Thank you so much. Good luck for this race. And now we're just going to go 1 row back real quick, and we're going to talk to a very young, very interesting rider. Definitely a big favorite in this class right now. Veda, we've seen you perform excellently last year. We've seen you perform in different championships, win in different championships. You've qualified 4th. How has it been so far?
Yeah, thank you. I'm really happy. I just do my best in qualifying, and I get good lap time. But now is race. Another can do in race, but I will do my best in race also. Thank you.
Quick one. Has it been difficult riding the bigger bikes, or has it been fine?
Yes, 600 is more heavy and also more fast. I must more focus also.
Thank you so much, Veda. Good luck. Back to you, Desenberry.
It's heavier, it's faster. Dead right, he's got to focus.
Yep, you could do with a bigger pair of sunglasses as well, Des.
Veda Ager though, but what a talent he is. He will grow into that racing suit. I'm sure he will grow onto that bike as well. Let's go along the rest of the grid. We saw Helmi Yazman. This is his partner, Asnoy Hakim Anwar, IDEMITSU Bunchu Honda Racing Team. They have raced together for so long. It's almost, if one's on the grid, you expect to see the other. As with Anupab, Apiwat and Anupab, they're normally twins, but Anupab is not on the grid. Tanat Longpiao, now I know you follow the Thai racers very, very closely. He stepped up from 250, very capable racer.
Yep, he looked quick in AP 250s last season. He didn't score a podium, but there will be a good reason that Honda Racing Thailand have promoted him into this class, as it is for this man, Kyatisak Singapong. He lines up, and he was doing a really good job. He was putting the work in. Both those riders, you have to say, were putting the work in. It was as though they had a coach named Mukladar Sarapech that was pushing them along.
Indeed she is. She would be want to really work them. Wayu Nugroho from Indonesia, 139.7, so a full second off the pace. Now this is interesting. Reza Danica Arons, the 250 champion, stepping up to 600 cc's.
Yeah, he looked really good in the morning sessions yesterday. Since then, not quite so much, so he's a little bit off the pace, but we do hope to see him come through.
We welcome back McKinley Kyle Paz as well. He went to race on the world scene last year and has come back to Asian Road Racing Championship, a former underbone champion. He's a Yamaha Technic Racing Asia team and a teammate of Apiwat Wangtan, and that's a good man to have as your teammate. That's a great example to follow.
Yeah, it is. And he's been getting used to this machine. McKinley Carl Paz, and he's happy to be here. He's been smiling, chatting in the paddock, and looking increasingly confident on the bike. But it really, you would have to bet, looks between the three riders on the front row for this race.
One man we haven't mentioned, Adanancha Putra, he's another who made the step up from 250 up to 600s. We'll talk about him when we get the grid. He only qualified in P11 of the 12. But let's go through the grid as it stands, just so you're familiar with all the numbers and the names and the teams. And we start at the front. IDEMITSU Bunshu Honda 1-2. Helmi Azman, Azroy Hakim, both from Malaysia, alongside Apiwat Wangtanan from the Yamaha Techni Racing Team Asia.
And three class rookies on row 2, led by Veda Ega Pratama for Astra Honda. And Honda Racing Thailand have Tanat Longpliao and Kiatisak Singapong.
Wai Nugroho will be on the third row, Yamaha Racing Indonesia. He's another who's stepping up into 600s, as is Reza Danica Arons, the 250 champion. Really, I'm always fascinated to see how people cope with the step up, and it is a step up in pace and energy. And then McKinley Carl Paz as well for Yamaha Techni Racing Team Asia.
Yeah, and not for the first time, Ray Matsuoka appears for Yamaha Racing Indonesia, standing in for the injured Andy Fadley. He starts from P10. Next to him, Adananta Putra. I'm guessing he had some technical problems this morning. And the improving Shah Jun Tong qualified in P12.
Yeah, you make a good point. Best wishes to Andy Mohammed Fadley. He's very much missed on this starting grid. Hope he gets fit and well, and hopefully we can see him in time for round 2 of the season, which takes place in Zhuhai in China.
Yeah, we're also missing Ratapong Willarot, who's out of sorts as well. So we wish fast and full recovery to Ratapong.
Indeed. Both former champions at various classes. Ratapong in this 600cc. But the man who is on pole position, and I think there's a lot of confidence from his team manager, so that Helmi and Nazroy Hakim can regain IDEMITSU Bunshu Honda's. They used to be the bosses of Asia Road Racing Championship at 600 during the days of Zakwan Zaidi, when he regularly won the title.
Yeah, and Takahashi too. They've won 5 back-to-back 600 championships when that was the blue ribbon class. But now, this is 2024, it's the first race of the season.
Asian Road Racing Championships are at the Chang International Circuit. Supersport 600, 12 riders on the grid, 12 bikes ready to go, 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 and we are underway, and there's a wheelie from Azroy Hakim Anwar, and that's a fast start from behind by Tanat, and Tanat has made a great start and has come from P5, got himself into the lead.
Yeah, brilliant launch by Tanat, and a great one also by Apiwat Wongtananon. So we'll see how the speed of the Yamaha Supersport 600 compares with the Hondas. Looks like nothing to choose between them as they go into turn 3 for the first time.
Well, that is a brilliant way to get yourself off. 24 is Apiwat Wongtananon, who's got himself into the lead. Maybe it was Apiwat who made that flying start, and Tanat just behind him. Also, Wai Nugroho on the second Yamaha. He's made a big start as well.
Yeah, Wai Nugroho was impressive yesterday.
And Reza Danica Arons, bike number 123. So those who are a little bit further down, Wai Nugroho P7, Reza Danica P8. They've got off to fantastic starts.
And the question is, you got Apiwat at the front, Helmi behind him, Azroy behind him. Can the other riders do anything about that? The rider in 4th is the rookie Veda Ega Pratama.
That's a little bit close there. Mohamed Adananta Putra is the man who is, he's also made himself a decent time. We're on board with Tanat Longpliao, bike number 31, but it's Apiwat, the king of Chang International Circuit, and he's leading the IDEMITSU Bunshu Honda of Helmi Azman and Azroy Hakim Anwar into 2 and 3. You mentioned it. I gave a little smile when you said Apiwat thinks he owns this track. Well, he's showing he thinks he owns this track. He's put in a very, very fast time, top speed 251.7 kilometers per hour.
Yeah, nothing wrong with the speed of that Yamaha. Very evenly matched in this class. Only 2 bikes that really qualify for any series anywhere in the world, for Supersport 600s. Apiwat takes a fairly wide entry, but slightly defensive into turn 3. He's got Helmi still sitting behind him. He's got Azroy still sitting behind him. And Vader Egger and his Astra Honda teammate, Reza Danica, holding on pretty well at this point.
Yeah, Reza Danica, that's a really good start from him. The 250 defending champion stepping up. Adnan Antroputra's made a fantastic progression from P11. He's got himself up into P7. He's just 1.2 seconds off the lead.
We saw some really good flashes from Adnan last season, and yesterday also. He was second fastest in one of the 3 sessions. I don't recall which one right at the moment. But yeah, Wahyu Nugroho also impressive yesterday, holding on.
Astra Honda Racing was so dominant in 250s last season. I doubt they'll be as dominant in 600s, but they're certainly going to be competitive. IDEMITSU FIM Honda. That was a real surprise to them how quick Apiwat was off the line. Through 2 laps of the 12. Still Apiwat leads from Helmi Azman, Azroy Hakim Amwa. He is setting a torrid pace. Is Apiwat Wangtananon.
Yeah.
Tanat, a top speed, 262 kilometers per hour.
Yeah, that's a pretty good Honda that Honda Racing Thailand have put together for him. Helmi having a nibble here as they go into turn 3, and I think he's going to hold it.
Nice tight line through the chicane, the wide, long chicane, and Apiwat now just has to hold on to the back wheel of Helmi Azman, and does so as they go up the hill. Takes a little bit of a tow, and will lead going into turn 4. Into this little left-hander. Those in the grandstand have a fabulous view of all the battling that goes on at this part of the circuit.
Just a slight bit of daylight opening up back to Vader Egger, who I have to say is doing a fantastic job in P4, because he's got plenty to think about behind him.
Ryan Nugroho and Adnan Antroputra. Reza Danica has dropped down as they come under the hotels at the Buram International Circuit. Swift left, right-left combination. Adnan Antroputra puts in a very, very fast sector 2 time. Apiwat Wangtananon, who is leading the way, the King of Chang, the King of Chang International Circuit anyway. Behind them, we are on board with Tanat.
Yeah, the field is staying quite closely bunched up. Just over 2 seconds back to Kiatisak in 9th.
McKinley Kyle Paz is finding the pace a little bit punishing. He's down in P10. Rei Matsuoka and Xia Juntong from China. As we expected, Victor Racing finding it difficult, but going to give it their best. Victor Racing, very much part of the ARR Racing scene. They put in performances as best as they possibly can, but they're up against some genuinely big teams.
Yeah, and also hats off to Xia Juntong. He is making progress. He's a lot quicker than he was here in December, and he's been making progress all the way through the sessions so far this weekend. Wahyu Nugroho coming up the inside of Vader Egger.
Well, Nugroho on Yamaha. Yamaha Racing Indonesia having a pretty good day, huh? In the 250s they took a 1-2. Here they are 1-4.
Yeah, not a bad day at all for Yamaha. Yamaha are a big ever-present sponsor here at Chang International Circuit as well.
They should, of course, separate the 2 Yamaha teams. You've got Yamaha Racing Indonesia and Yamaha Techne Racing Team Asia. From Nugroho for Yamaha Racing Indonesia, bike number 89. Just doing his best to try to hang on behind them. He's got Adnan Antroputra and Reza Danica Arons from the Astra Honda Racing team. So Apiwat leads, as he has on every lap so far. Got off to that flying start, upset Helmi Azman, upset Azroy, and neither Helmi nor Azroy have been able to get back as a consequence.
Yeah, as they get onto the straight up to turn 3, That was a good corner exit from Helmi. He'll probably have another go at the lead, but he's not close enough to Apiwat this time. Azroy just a few bike lengths behind, and I'm looking at Wayunagroho because he looks quite comfortable in that P4, and he's going to try and get a toe from Azroy.
Just did a lap time 1:39.5, which was a tenth quicker than the race leader Apiwat Wongtananon. All around about the mid 1:39s. Adanantra Putra making progress as well. Veda Ega Pratama is perhaps finding the pace a little. That is
Azroy being clattered off. The luck hasn't changed for the Malaysian.
Well, Azroy goes out. There will be no recovering from that.
There'll be a close look at that by the officials. There might have been a bit of over-exuberance from... Here we go, let's have a look. There goes Azroy. Yeah, he loses the front. He's trying to avoid, I think, going into Wayunagroho on the outside. I think we can write that off as a racing incident.
Well, those new racing suits with the extra airbags, they're being tested. And Azroy Hakim Anwar slides into the gravel. It'll be, in inverted commas, relatively comfortable, but his race is over. But thankfully, he looks to be none the worse for the wear for the incident.
Yeah, but rotten luck for Azroy.
Up at the front, that means it's a two-man race effectively, because Nugroho has been affected a little bit by that. And Apiwat Wongtananon doesn't worry about what's going on behind him. And look at that, Nugroho has actually lost nearly 2 places, and coming through is Adanantra Putra. Remember, Adanantra started down in P11. We wondered whether or not that was just bad luck. It certainly looks that way. His bike looks to be performing much better now.
Yeah, this group bunching up quite a lot behind the front two, who do look like they're going to escape.
1.2 seconds the differential between P2 and P3. So a race, assuming nothing goes wrong for P1. Still plenty of time to go, though. There's still 7 laps to go.
Oh, and a wobble there on the exit there. Veda Ega, we've seen him get shaken around by that CBR 600 a few times this weekend. He held on to it. His forearm and shoulder muscles developing nicely.
You get a workout every time he goes onto the bike. Here is Adanantra Putra, Wayunagroho behind him. Veda Ega Pratama, the diminutive number 54, again struggles to hold it round corner number 12. Reza Danica with him, Tanat just behind them. In fact, Tanat has got ahead of Reza Danica. Beyond them, Kiatisuk's not too far away.
Yeah, this is pretty close at this halfway stage of the race. 3.2 seconds between P1 and P8.
Azroy Hakim Anwar spinning out, crashing out. So it'll be no points for him. We'll be hoping that Helmi Asman, the former champion himself, as Azroy takes the way home he doesn't want to take.
5th DNF in 12 months for Azroy.
Well, one target knocked down to him though, really.
I think he kind of snatched at the front brake, trying to avoid Wayunagroho coming up the outside.
Still, Apiwat leads. Apart from that one little time when he was caught on turn 3 at the end of lap 3, Apiwat has led the way. And these two are extending that lead ahead of P3. It's up to 1.6 seconds. Nugroho's just put in a fast sector 1, 0.3 quicker than Apiwat. And still plenty of time for the trailing group to just try and haul in the front two. But it won't be easy.
Adanantra was a decent rookie last season, and he's the best of the rest behind the front two at the moment, with who I think has been the most promising rookie so far this season, Wayunagroho.
It's a bit harsh on Adanantra. Decent, he had a fabulous season, didn't he? He didn't win the title. Gosh, you're a hard man to please. Apiwat Wongtananon still holds on. Helmi Asman is having to work hard to stay close. He's not exactly on the back wheel, he's having to chase. And Apiwat looks like he's just trying to pull away from the Malaysian. Behind them, Adinanto Putra, damned by faint praise.
Yeah, and Apiwat won't want to use up too much of his tyres. Track temperature around 50 degrees right now, which is at the top end of the perfect working temperature. But with the experience that Apiwat has, he won't be pushing to escape from Helmi Asman.
Precise current conditions, 47 degrees, 45% humidity, 36 degrees ambient temperature. So it's not at the hottest that it's been, but it's warm enough.
Yeah, it is warm enough.
Nugroho's got himself back into P3. The Yamaha ahead of Adinanto Putra. Putra for Astra Honda Racing.
Yeah, so this is going to be an interesting tussle. And in the seats just behind them, looking on, yeah.
Veda Ega, is that Tanat ahead of Reza Danica?
Yeah, Veda Ega and Tanat, I think it's Kiatisak, the third of those red bikes, and oh, slap, shake of the head as well.
It's Veda Ega. We've said several times, just the sheer power of the 600s sometimes look like it can be a little bit too much for him. But then he's done well to recover, but that's a scary little moment.
It's the power and the rate and the weight, and these 600s don't have the electronics to control the power in the same way that, say, the 1000s do. So let's have another look. Oh, that was a big slide.
Done well to catch that.
Yeah, he did really well.
Little shaken head. Damn, what am I doing? Stepping up from 250, I can cope with 250. He'll learn.
Yeah,
he's a fabulous talent.
He's coping pretty well, in my view, with these 600s.
In the meantime, this is the battle for P3. Nugroho from Adinantra. Reza Danica comes in. Veda Ega still isn't too far behind. Katisak and Tanat are behind them as well. So Thailand 1, Thailand 7, Thailand 8. McKinley Kalpaz struggling just a little bit with the step up. There is McKinley Kalpaz just coming in behind these three.
Yeah, Reza trying to get on terms for the final step on the box.
The gap between P2 and P3 has gone up to 2 full seconds. And the gap between 4 and 5 has gone up to 0.7 of a second.
3 laps after this one, and Reza Danica is getting himself into the fight for P3.
Apiwat's made a big break. Apiwat has a lead of 1.1 seconds over Helmi Asman. He has just ratcheted up the pressure in the last half lap. Now, is Helmi slowing, or is Apiwat going faster?
Let's watch the lap times.
It was 0.5 of a second quicker that last lap. Helmi is still 1:39.5, which is the same as the guys behind him.
Yeah, I don't think Helmi's in any danger, but this is a really interesting battle for P3 shaping up.
Nugroho, bike 89, leads the way on the Yamaha for Indonesia. And then he's got the twin Astra Honda team, Adinanto Putra and Reza Danica Arons, both recent converts to 600. Yeah. Certainly at the ARRC level. Ooh, Reza had a little look there on the inside of Adinanto Putra.
Yeah, all 3 Indonesians. Reza Danica will be planning, if we know him at all. He'll be making a plan for what he can do over the next 2 laps to claim that 3rd spot on the podium.
Difficult for Helmi Asman here. He's lost touch with Apiwat. But he just needs to make sure he doesn't get caught by the group behind him. And that group behind him, Barry Russell, they are closing in on him. It's 1.7 seconds. Maybe less. Yeah, it's 0.7. He's slowing down. He has just been, he's 0.6 slower on that last lap, Helmi Asman, than Wayu Nugroho.
It could have been that he's used just a little bit too much of his tyres in the fight to stay on level terms with Apiwat.
So this now becomes a race for 2 laps. Helmi needs to be aggressive and circumspect, and Reza Danica says thank you very much, Adananta, and Waino Grohu, I'll take P3.
Yeah, that was so smart. You could just see it. You could just see that door open, and you could see exactly who was going to go through it. Brilliant stuff from Reza Danica, who's getting the hang of these 600s. Waino Groho's not finished, and nor is Adananta, as the 3 Indonesians continue to battle.
And nor is Tanat, bike number 31. He's taken advantage of these 3 racing, and it helps Helmi Asman just a little bit as well. He's been able to slightly increase his lead to 1.2 seconds ahead of this fascinating battle for P3. Reza Danica, bike 1, 2, 3 in P3.
Yeah, 3 class rookies among the 4. Nugroho really wants this, doesn't he?
And Nugroho takes advantage there of going over the strips from Reza Danica. Slight mistake, just missed out. Nugroho back into P3. Now, is Nugroho close enough to maybe have a pop? Helmi Asman on to the final lap. Apiwat Wangtananam, 2.6 seconds clear. Helmi has got a second clear of Wayu Nugroho.
Nail-biting stuff behind that 4-way battle. Wayu Nugroho. This is a really impressive debut from him, no matter what happens over the next few turns.
Certainly is.
Here comes Adananta into turn 3. He's going to have another nibble if he can, as they fly down towards turn 4.
We'll focus on P3 for now. Nugroho in the blue goes away from us. He is under pressure from Reza Danica. Actually, Adananta's in there as well. Reza Danica's lost a couple of places. 21 Adananta Putra's got his mojo back, and Tanat has come through ahead of Reza Danica. So Tanat's in P4. Oh, Helmi is within touching distance at the moment.
Yeah, this is interesting, and that run down to turn 12 is going to be really interesting. Whether they can catch Helmi on the way down.
You'd think Helmi's got just enough. You'd think.
Yeah, I think so too. But let's see if you come out of that last complex fast. Surprising how much ground you can make up.
Going on to that final corner, number 12. Helmi under pressure, Nugroho under pressure. This is important. The race leader will go into the final corner. Helmi looks like he's good for P2. P3 is going to be an absolute battle. Adananta Putra looks like he's going to take P3. The winner, Apiwat Wangtananan. Helmi Asman second. Third is Adananta Putra ahead of Wayu Nugroho and Tanat Reza Danica. The difference is 5,000 of a second between Adananta Putra and Wayu Nugroho for P3. As Apiwat did the wheelie, Helmi took P2, and there is an investigation, I think, for the result of P3, but no doubting the winner, Barry Russell.
No doubt whatsoever. Apiwat stroked that home. He lost the lead temporarily between turn 3 and turn 4 on, I think it was lap 2 or 3. Regained it and never looked back, and I think Helmi probably did his tyres trying to keep up, but that was a royal performance from Apiwat, who treats himself to another stand-up wheelie on the long straight down to turn 4.
Yamaha Techni Racing Team Asia. That is, well, welcome back, Apiwat. He won last season on the last race of the season to help Soichiro Minamoto take the title. This time, it's all about me. Yep, I'm the man. See the fella standing up on the bike with the number 1 in the air. And the Usain Bolt celebration.
That's it. Very well done. Now let's have a look here.
Final corner.
Yeah.
Nugroho
making all sorts of shapes there, but nothing untoward. Adananta stays on, and that was the touch on the line.
So does Adananta get penalised for overly aggressive riding into Wayu Nugroho? That is what the race direction team have got to work out.
My guess would be no, but I always seem to go on this side, don't I? A racing incident, but that's how I read that. And that might be why I'm no longer an FIM official, Des.
I say nothing. Let's talk about Apiwat Wangtananom. And also let's talk about Adananta Putra. He got himself into P3 unofficially, just ahead of Wayan Nugroho. Be interesting to see how they communicate afterwards, to see if there's any afters. No, Adananta's happy. Yeah, it looks like let's look at his team. Don't see anything wrong with his work. Apiwat Wangtanam. And the Park Ferme as winner, Helmi Asman holding on for P2. His teammate Azroy Hakim Amwa spins out after another incident with Wayu Nugroho. Wayu had quite some race, did the bike number 89.
Yeah, that was eventful for him. He is a promising talent here, and he often looked good in AP 250s, but I think he's one of these riders that just goes better on a bigger engine bike. There is Apiwat. He won't have surprised himself with that win, but he'll be no less delighted for it.
We're just waiting for confirmation. As it stands, the result that we have has the winner, Apiwat Wangtananom, for Yamaha Techni Racing Team Asia, Helmi Asman from IDEMITSU FIM Honda, 2.5 seconds down. In the end, 6/10 clear of Adananta Putra, who was 5,000 quicker than Wayan Nugroho. Tanat Leong Pheo for Honda Racing Thailand in P5. Reza Danica Arons on the step up, just edged out into P6, 3.7 seconds down, but 1/10 down on Tanat. Katisuk, that's an encouraging debut for Honda Racing Thailand, 5.2 down. And Veda Eger Pratama, a month in the weight room, and the Astra Honda Racing team will have somebody who will be competing at the top level.
I'm inclined to agree with that.
McKinley Kalpaz, welcome back to the Asia Road Racing Championships for him. Yamaha Techni Racing Team Asia. He's a talent, McKinley Kalpaz, he'll improve. Ray Matsuoka for Yamaha Racing Indonesia, 28 seconds down. Shah Jun Tong, again, Victor Racing, will be thrilled to be 40 seconds in. Azroy Hakim Amwa eased off the circuit in an incident, a racing incident, we believe, with Wayan Nugroho. He did not finish and will get no points as a result. Okay, there are the results. Let's go down to the Park Ferme where Daniel Bokers is waiting to get some post-race reaction.
So we're down here at Park Ferme after race 1 for Supersport 600. Apiwat, that was a huge, huge victory. Great lead. You have dominated this class so far from the last round that we saw you in the last round of 2023, and the start of 2024 now has been brilliant. How was that race for you?
Yeah, today is a perfect day for me, but yeah, in the start, when I forgot the concentrate to the game, but I pushing 100%. It's yeah, after a middle race, and I looking the pit box. It's yeah, a little bit gap, but yeah, constant. Yeah, for sure. But the bike is really very fast and easy to ride. And thanks to Yamaha Techni Racing Team Asia for make the step in the bike. Yeah, tomorrow will be better.
Thank you so much. Congratulations once again.
Apiwat Wangtananon getting off to a big start. Bike number 24 gets off to an absolute flyer, comes through to take the lead on the first lap. Wayan Nugroho also getting off to a flyer, and it was Blue of Yamaha who made the biggest impact at the very start of this Supersport 600cc race number 1. And once Apiwat got in front by Russell, there was a time when he was eased back into P2, but generally he dominated from start to finish.
Yeah, it was literally a few moments that Helmi managed to slither it inside him into turn 3. Just looking back there, I think that Adananta Putra, who got very close to the bike, whoever that was carrying the camera. At this point, it was looking as though it's going to pan out between 3 riders, the 2 Bunsu Honda riders, Helmi and Azroy.
There would be an incident though with Azroy Hakim Amwa as Wayan Nugroho comes through on the inside. We'll keep a close eye on those two. And you reckon that's a racing incident?
Yeah, I do. Nugroho was on the switchback. I don't know, it was difficult to point the finger of blame, but absolutely gutting for Azroy.
As you said, he's got an unfortunate record of non-finishers, but Wainagroho, he survived that one. He did drop down a little bit, was under pressure from Adananta Putra. Now we've just set up a grandstand finish as Adananta pushes them out. Reza Danica temporarily gets through into P3.
Yeah, we thought Reza Danica was going to come through with a plan, but what impressed me here was just the desire of Wainagroho. It wasn't the cleanest race he could have ridden for his debut in Supersport 600.
At this stage, we thought Wayu might be able to catch up with Helmi Asman. Helmi was dropping down as Apiwat really piled on the pressure. Helmi, though, would be able to hold on another lap, and perhaps Helmi would be in a bit of trouble. But Helmi goes through into P2. Apiwat Wangtanan goes through to P1. But look what happens on the last corner. Battle for P3. Adananta just being given it over Wainagroho, despite some aggressive work. But the celebrations for Apiwat Wangtanan, you said he's the king of the Chang International Circuit. You said he said it, now he's proven it.
Yep, he told me. Yeah, great stuff for Supersport 600s, very different dynamic to previous seasons. As we look there at the colours of Buriram.
Indeed, there's a bit of green, there's a lot of blue at Buriram, and there's the gravel traps as well. But the Buriram, it's a fabulous part of the world. We enjoy coming here for the Asia Road Racing Championship. The facilities are top draw, and it's got a calendar full of racing right the way throughout the season.
And it's 9 years since we first came here, and were it not for COVID, this would be our 10th year.
Certainly would.
So it's therefore our 8th year.
Right then, onto the podium. Adananta Putra. Yep, shaking hands with everybody. Aggression, you're quite okay with that aggression he showed at the end, weren't you?
Yeah, I think it was fair. I mean, they were both really gunning for it.
Adananta Putra stepping up from 250s up to 600s. Proving that he can cope with that step up. Reza Danica, the 250 champion, down in P6, his teammate. Veda Ega Pratama down in P8, but Adananta Putra, a podium on that debut. Helmi Asman, another podium for Helmi. But once again, there's a smile, but he'll be a little bit worried about how Apiwat was able to take that race from him.
Yeah, well, we know the quality of Apiwat. He's got a terrific international record himself.
And the team award will be going to Yamaha Technique Racing Asia. And the Thai national anthem to celebrate. Thai, the Thai national anthem. And the Thai fans will be happy to hear that for the first time today. Awards to be handed out by Mr. Masanori Enomoto, Managing Director, IDEMITSU Lube Asia Limited again. Big thanks to the title sponsor of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. It's not a cheap game, not a cheap sport. And the support of the manufacturers and those surrounding the sport, absolutely crucial. Apiwat Wangtanan, the Yamaha Technique Racing Team Asia, back at the top of the podium. Team award to be handed out by Stefan Maki Karapie.
The best team for Supersport 600 Race 1, Yamaha Technique Racing Team Asia.
And the winning start of the season. Yamaha Technique Racing Team Asia.
Ladies and
So race 1 of 12 of the campaign is done and dusted, and happy Wat Wang Tanam. It'll take a lot, Barry Russell, to remove him from that top slot.
It will, especially tomorrow, when there will be some more dignitaries here from the top echelons of Thai society, so he won't be wanting to disappoint them, or himself, most importantly.
He's a confident fellow, he's well built, he looks the full package.
Yeah, he's pretty much at his peak point in his career now.
So Apiwat leads with 25 points from Helmi Asman on 20. Again, solid from IDEMITSU FIM Honda. Adanantra Putra, encouraging 600 debut for Adanantra for Astra Honda Racing on 16 points. Wainer Groho impressed us all on the Yamaha for 13 points, and Tanat came through very nicely on his debut for 11 points. Reza Danika's step up, finishes with double digits. And Kiatasak also, Honda Racing Thailand, showing plenty to be encouraged about with 9 points. And Veda Eka Pratama, stake and time in the gym for him. He's on 8 points. And so we approach our final race of the day. When we come back, we move on to the big boys, the 1000cc superbikes. And once again,
IDEMITSU engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to
dynamic and thrilling. Don't go too far away. We're at the Chang International Circuit. It's round 1, race 1 of the Asian Road Racing Championships.
IDEMITSU engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of IDEMITSU. IDEMITSU IFG7, flagship engine oil nano-tailored for high-precision engines. Enhanced performance in 7 ways with super protective septic guard technology, the accumulated wisdom of oil experts. Anti-power loss nanotech keeps your engine performing at its peak for extended periods in harsh conditions. Beat the heat. IDEMITSU IFG7. IDEMITSU IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with super bike-proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra-protective Quintec Guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. IDEMITSU IRG5.
We are off for race 1. Goes to the outside to peel into turn 1. Marcus Reiterberger, meanwhile, wheelies across the line there from Marcus Reiterberger. Here he goes out on the rumble strip, across the line. You can hear the cheers.
Slow start from Maeda right in the middle of the pack. Kota Arakawa got off to a decent start in there as well. Berger overtaken on the inside.
And some contact there with Marcus.
Kazma Daniel celebrates in Kazma style. An even better start though from Marcus Reiterberger. And it's the German who leads the Japanese into the... Is an outstanding performance from Marcus Reiterberger. From the moment he took the lead, Marcus Reiterberger, a wheelie to celebrate.
Reiterberger off to a storming start, so is Kazma Daniel. Reiterberger taking the aggressive line and moves up into P4.
Oh, and slingshot pass from Marcus Reiterberger.
Brilliantly done. Reiterberger will take the victory.
And it's a quick start, and Reiterberger off to a flyer. We'll see. Marcus Reiterberger is half a lap away from taking the title away from Zakwan Zaidi. 5 wins in a row, and the title is secured for Marcus Reiterberger.
We get underway, but there again, another stand-up moment. It's Andy Farid who, regains P2, goes on the inside. Reiterberger stands up. Oh, Andy Farid is the heart. Oh, he's lost it. Third time, this time, maybe it sticks. Maybe it sticks. Yes, it sticks. We'll have a red flag, and this is just for oil on the circuit.
Absolutely, it would be, and with just 2 laps remaining.
Marcus Reiterberger is celebrating the victory. There is your champion. He will have the last word of the last dance on the last day of the ARR season. Marcus Reiterberger, the outstanding by some way competitor last season in the Superbikes. If there is a complaint, he was too good, Barry Russell. We want a little bit more competition, and from what we've seen earlier on today in qualification in the Superbikes, he's going to get more competition this season.
Yeah, he hasn't had it all his own way by any means. He was quick at the end yesterday, but did have a challenge in the first 2 sessions, and as you were saying, he didn't have it anything like all his own way in qualifying, so he'll start from the 2nd row.
To be fair to him and his team, they haven't had an awful lot of time to set up their bikes this season. Their sponsors only late in coming into the Asia Road Racing Championship season. But nonetheless, they're here, and he's got a title defend. Let's just have a little look back to see how qualification happened earlier on today.
Yeah, qualification was a really intriguing affair.
And it wasn't all about Marcus Reiterberger. In fact, it wasn't about Marcus Reiterberger. It was some new names stepping up from Supersport 600s. Chip Nakarin, Andy Farid, Izdahar. They were the ones who really gave us an awful lot to talk about.
Yep.
Indeed, these are the highlights. Aslan Charkan Razaman set up some early pace, and it looked like the BMWs were going to be good. Aslan's he's been in fine form all weekend. I've enjoyed talking to him and watching him. He's looking very relaxed and very fit.
Yeah, he is, and he's been economising what he's been doing on this BMW, as few laps as possible, but he's been nevertheless really fast. The reason? He's been conserving his single engine that he has for this weekend.
Yeah, TKR late to the party, so obviously haven't got their full kit ready. But Chip Nakarin, he's looking good. There's Aslan.
And he has had that attitude all weekend. He's been really happy, and he's been really fast. And here's the exciting new entrant to this class on the Ducati for JDT. That's Hafiz Sharin. Made progress all the way through the weekend. He didn't make the pre-season test either, so he's been playing catch-up along with Marcus Reiterberger this weekend, but it did come together quite well for him in qualifying.
Yeah, he managed to get on the front row of the grid into a P3, and the Ducati team, they've got lots of work to do, but Chip Nakarin was the man who set his time very, very early. Chip Nakarin. Everybody went out for a 3rd set on a 3rd set of tyres. Nobody was able to get the better of Chip. Yuki Kuni did well for Japan. He's coming in for his first full season with ARRC. And also in there doing pretty well was Andy Farid Izdahar, a former 600cc champion. The one thing you'll notice about this is that there is no Marcus Reiterberger on the front row of the grid.
Yep, that is remarkable. And there he is. This was his final attempt as he came out on qualifiers later on. Chip Nakarin spent a long time in the pits and then came out to do just to check his race setup for 2 flying laps, which he did in the low 138s. So all was good for him. We'll be having a look at the tyre choices. Mediums are recommended, but Chip was testing with a soft rear, medium front, soft rear, as you can see there.
But these are the debutants, the JDT team from Johor out of Malaysia. Great to get them on board, but Tell you what, it's a new bike, it's a new team, it's a whole new setup, and they're coming into some opposition from established teams and onto a very, very difficult circuit as well. We know that the rider they've got, Hafiz Sharin, can cope with it, but nonetheless it is a real test for the JDT team.
Yeah, it's been nearly 5 years since Hafiz was here when he came with MotoGP.
Has he done much?
I think he's got a decent CV, somebody was saying.
Not too bad, not too bad. Let's go down onto the grid where Daniel Bogus, for the last time today, will be giving us an update on what the riders are feeling and hopefully a weather update as well.
It's the final race for day 2 here at the Chang International Circuit, and it's been really an eventful race day. And we're going to talk to the one that's been really the star performer in this ASB class. It's none other than Thailand's hero right now, Nakarin. So Nakarin, you were performing exceptionally this weekend, and you broke the lap record. So you're starting on pole position. What can we expect from you in this race?
Today, I feel confident in my bike and really excited to be in pole position. Also, my first time move to 1000. Have a lot of high-level rider to fighting together. I will try to push.
Thank you so much. Good luck for this race. And now we're going to head over to the pit wall, actually, because we're going to speak to a rider that's been making the headlines here in ASB 1000, none other than JDT Racing's Hafiz Sharin. So we're just letting Hafiz have a quick word with this mechanic. Well, you can see the heat has been boiling up, so Hafiz taking a well-deserved shade right here at the pit wall. So let's have a quick word with Hafiz. So Hafiz, you guys have missed out on the preseason test on Wednesday, but even then, you guys have made such huge improvements and you qualified on the front row of the grid. How has it been so far?
Yeah, we are very happy with our performance that we improve every session. Yesterday we still confusing a bit because the setup is not going in the right way in what I want. So in the qualifying we make a big improvement, and also with the bike setup, everything geometry, but still for me it's still not 100%. I feeling with my bike, but race is very important. Try to get the information for the race tomorrow, and I just want to enjoy and try to give a challenge to everybody, because this year everybody are going better and better, so we will see. I hope we can do a good job, and yeah, we smile, enjoy, no stress, and inshallah.
Thank you so much, Hafiz. We look forward to seeing you out there. Good luck. And now we're gonna head just one row back to Yuki Kuni. And sorry, Yuki is this way. Yuki's not on the bike, Yuki's this side. So Yuki as well, taking shade with a fan and an ice bag. So Yuki, this time you're here for a full season. You've been performing really well as well. How do you feel with the competition of Nakarin, Hafiz Sharin at the front? How do you think this one's gonna go?
From this, we had a good pace and a good feeling on the bike. So my feeling, I can fight the podium and win. So I just wanted to enjoy, because this is my first of the season, that first race. So I want to enjoy with the race, because many people, the first rider is here. So I really enjoyed this race.
Thank you so much, Yuki. We're looking forward to it. Back to you, Desenberry.
Great comments from Yuki Kuni. There are fast riders here. Daniel Kazmudin is down in P10. Barry, that shows you the quality that we've got for Yamaha Techni Racing Team Asia. If you've got somebody like Kazma down in P10, that tells you have got a quality group.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair to Kazma, we know he's got a speed deficit. As we look at Andy Faridis-Tihar, no speed deficit for him. He qualified second. Last time we were here in December, he took pole position, but Nakarin's pole time was 0.7 faster than Andy's was last December.
Aslan Shah, former champion, a couple of times been a former champion, once the inaugural 1000cc champion for TKKR BMW racing team. Good to get them back, as it is good to get back Marcus Reiterberger as well. Not as quick, I'm sure things will improve as the season goes on, a little bit late to the party, but Reiterberger showed last year that you give him the right equipment and he will be dominant.
Yeah, and he didn't fly all the way from Germany just to finish 6th.
Zakwan has struggled a little bit. The Honda CBR 1000 Triple R. It's an upgrade, and he said he's had 1 or 2 problems just getting his seating position right, getting his balance right, and so he is a surprisingly lowly P7 on the grid. And then we'll go alongside to Tsuchiro Minamoto, who's stepping up from Super Sport 600 into 1000. He won the Super Sport 600 title, and he has this ability to surprise people, I think, by being better than we really think he will be. But he's on P8 alongside Pasowit in P9, and then, as I said, Kazma Daniel in P10. This is Pasowit, who's one of the Thai guys, again, you follow very, very closely.
Yeah, he got knocked about, some bad injuries last year, so it's good to see him back. Hopefully he's fully fit. We've seen 1 or 2 flashes from him.
Right, as we move on to Kazma Daniel, he's not used to looking at people ahead of him on the grid.
A good reminder of his ability was in the highlights from
that win in Sugo. Yeah.
The win in Sugo, when you showed when the power deficit gets taken away, he's right at the front.
Lachlan Epis, good to see him back for Evolution Sports Group on the BMW. He's improved. He had a tough time when he first came out, but he's looking to improve race upon race upon race. And then you've got Osama Marai from Victor Racing, races out to Malaysia but representing Yemen on the Yamaha YZF R1. And then you've got Chio Yujo for Savitar ESG Team Asia.
Yeah, and we have got people watching from Yemen, so big shout to them. Welcome to you guys. Hope you enjoy the race. Osama on an adventure to just see how good he can be in superbikes.
Now Dunlop, they give us regular updates on the tyre combinations that the riders are looking. They make recommendations, and so if anything goes wrong or right from their recommendations, it's on the teams. That, I think, is important to say. So Dunlop, what news have you got for us, Barry?
Well, we've got teams, riders choosing different combinations. For example, we've got Nakarin and Andy going from the front of the grid on hard front, medium rear. And we've got teammate Zakwan going on mediums, which is the recommended combination. Hafiz, we've seen experimenting with different tyre combinations, but he's ended up going with the medium. So is Yuki Kuni. Aslan Shah's going medium, but his teammate Marcus is going with hard medium. So there's quite a few permutations there. Kazma going with hard medium. Soichiro going with hard soft.
Wow, okay.
Yeah. Track temperature 46.3, so almost perfect. Tyre wear shouldn't be a problem over this 13-lap race distance, unless people are really, really pushing.
Zakwan Zadi looks a little bit pensive. He loves the bike, but he said he's just not been able to find his rhythm this weekend. He's in P7 as a result. His teammates are 1 and 2 on the grid, so there's nothing wrong with the bike.
Yeah, he looked like he was more concerned with bike setup this morning than with qualifying.
Okay, all right, so then, our eyes will be on the number 28, Marcus Reiterberger. And Aslan Shah, number 25, on the BMWs, on the second row of the grid. Right in front of them, bike number 55. Is Hafiz Sharim, and there's a lot of attention on Hafiz Sharim. Welcome back, great to have somebody of his quality back at the ARRC. Fabulous to have the new team on the grid as well, but there's a lot of pressure. He is the sole rider. He hasn't got anybody to really help him take the strain, either in the garage or on the circuit. So we'll be looking forward to seeing how Hafiz is able to cope with the Asian Road Racing Championship.
Yeah, it's really intriguing. Almost all these riders have got international experience. Let's take a look at the grid.
Nakarin on pole position on the CBR 1000 Triple R for Honda Asia Dream Racing with the Stamo. His teammate Andy Farid Isdhar from Indonesia, bike 23 alongside him. Hafiz Sharan Abdullah from JDT Racing Team on the Ducati Panigale in P3.
And row 2, Yuki Kuni, who Daniel was just talking to. Next to him are the two BMWs of Aslan Shah Kamaruzzaman and Marcus Reiterberger.
Zakwan Zaidi, a lowly P7 for the former champion. I'm sure he'll be looking to get up there. The 600 champion, Soichiro Minamoto, steps up for Yamaha Techni Racing Team Asia. He's in P8 alongside Pasowicz from Estemo SI Racing with Thai Honda, then P9.
And on row 4, we've got Kazma Daniel Kazmayuddin. Next to him, Lachlan Epis for Evolution Sports. And Victor Racing Team has Osama Marai in P12, the number 44. And in 13th...
for Sabitar ESG Team Asia, Chiu Yu-jo, who again will be looking, he's not expecting to be anywhere near a podium. He'll be looking to improve and just do the best he possibly can, be competitive.
Exactly, him and Osama both on the same mission to just see how good they can become. But really intriguing field, this one.
There is Hafiz. That's the one that's gaining the most attention. A for him, B for the team.
And that, you have to say, that Ducati really is a sight for sore eyes.
It sounds wonderful.
Sounds
you
wonderful.
Listen to it, there's a grunt to it.
And it clocked 305 kph on the straight in qualifying.
Right, we are all set. Chip Nakarin on pole, Andy Farid and Hafiz Sharim alongside them. The defending champion, Reiterberger, behind Hafiz on the left of your screen. 13 laps of the circuit. The 2024 season is underway. Hafiz gets off to a decent start on the Ducati. Chip Nakarin just holds on to it. Hafiz is in there in P2 though, but it's Chip Nakarin who, after a bit of a wheelie by Russell, has got off to a decent start.
Yeah, that was a really furious start, and Nakarin did well to convert that pole position into P1, but look how hard
Hafiz comes
Hafiz
through
is.
And is caught on the switchback. He was looking for P1 very early on the Ducati. Behind them, Reiterberger and Aslan Shah all over the shop, and a little bit of a problem there for Hafiz. He seemed to lose a gear, lost a place, and Yuki Kuni is through into P3.
Yeah, a little problem there for Hafiz, who looked as though he was going to take the lead at one point, but it's the Honda Asia Dream Racing duo of Nakarin and Andy Farid at the moment in P1 and P2.
Yeah, Hafiz is stood up there by Zakwan Zaidi, who's got himself into P5, and then Hafiz accelerates through ahead of Zakwan. So much going on in these early stages. And look at that, the BMW of Aslan Shah Kamaruzzaman, and Hafiz Sharin is out. The Ducati is out on the first lap.
Well, clearly a problem for Hafiz Sharin. Let's have a look. We first saw a sign of it here.
So the throttle goes. It looked like he had a problem there. Andy Farid went past him.
Is it a clutch problem?
The JDT debut lasts less than a lap.
Yeah, and Yuki Kuni is coming up on the fellow Hondas of Honda Asia Dream Racing with Astemo. He did have a good pace in free practice yesterday, Yuki Kuni. Let's see what he can do. Apologies to anybody who can lip read.
Well, moving on, it's Chip Nakarin, who happily unaware, blissfully unaware of the dramas that are going on behind him. He is leading the way. I loved his pre-race comments, how excited he was, how he was looking forward to this. This is his home, but he's under real pressure from Andy Farid Isdhar. And then behind him, Yuki Kuni. Wow, SDG Hargrove will be thrilled to bits with the start made by Yuki Kuni.
Yeah, you're right about Nakarin. He's been talking about how excited he is all the time. He loves riding superbikes. He's itching to get onto a superbike last season, and now he's made it. And he's got Andy Farid and Yuki Kuni very much for company.
And behind them, you've got Zakwan Zaidi with company from Marcus Reiterberger. So the TKKR BMW machine, it's not quite ready, but Reiterberger, you know his ability. He'll having to show his riding ability perhaps more than he had to last season in the early stage of this season as TKR tried to get things right. But as they go through at the end of a dramatic first lap, Andy Farid Izdihar leads the way. Dramatic second lap. Nakarin in second, Cooney third, Zakwan and Reiterberger. Out is Hafiz. Although, now to be fair, Hafiz is still on the circuit. It's just he has lost touch with any of the leaders. There is Hafiz.
I wonder if it's an electronics problem.
Now,
despair in the pits, but it's early days in the season.
It is. It's a long old season. It runs through until December. But he's back out there. At the very least, get as much information about how the Ducati is working, about how the setup needs to be impacted. In the meantime, the race goes on. And you never know. You pick up points here. If he can get ahead of Lachlan Epis, which is possible, he can pick up 4 points. How crucial that might be at the end of the year. This is the front of the race, though. This is Andy Farid Izdihar and Chip Nakarin, 41, and Yuki Kuni. Wow. SDG Hard Pro must be thrilled to bits with him.
Yeah, and looking at lap times, I think, and looking at what we can see on the screen, I think there's going to be a bigger battle enjoined for P1. So I do think
Zakwan's riding quickly.
And Marcus are helping each other at the moment.
Yeah, I think you're quite right. This is not going to be the procession of 2023. This is going to be Underbone-esque on the final corner, except with the big boys. And look at that, even Aslan Shah, former champion, he's happily just tucked into the back of Marcus Reiterberger.
Yeah, that trio indeed are the three champions that we've seen so far in ASB, and it looks like it's over for Hafiz Sharin. It's a shame he couldn't have stayed out because he would have picked up a few points.
Now for JDT on the Ducati, they missed a lot of the pre-season work, but it's only one race. There's another 11 to go, but they'll be working overtime tonight just to try and find out what went wrong. Hafiz, you can tell the body language, goes into the garage, take stock, start again, professional hat on.
Yeah, he's going to keep his professional visor down as well for now, while he just processes what just happened.
In the meantime, 23, Andy Farid Izdihar, as the pressure will come through. You were quite right to talk about the two Kawasaki's and Zakwan Zaidi. 10 laps still to go. They can eat into that lead of the front three, which is only 0.7 of a second.
Yeah, just to be clear, those green bikes are BMWs.
Yes, my apologies. There is the BMW of Aslan Shah Kamrazaman, Reiterberger.
Yeah, it's bunching up, isn't it? And not so far behind them. I think that's Pasowit.
Pasowit is indeed in P7. Beyond them, look at that, Sanchiro Minamoto. He's not being dropped, but I love Minamoto. I love his attitude to racing. His incremental improvement, race after race, event after event, ever since he first came onto the scene.
Yeah, I like his understated style and how, you know, in the classic way, he does his talking on the track. Andy Farid is impressing here. He was brilliant at the first race, his very first race, a year ago here at Chang International. This time it's Nakarin, whose very first race on the 1000s in ARRC. Are they dropping Yuki Kuni? Are they going to work together and stretch it out? Too early to say. I think it's going to bunch up.
Well, behind them, Yuki Kuni is coming back into Zakwan Zaidi's territory. And Well, Zakwan and Marcus Reiterberger aren't exactly working together. Zakwan's having to do all of the work. Reiterberger, we saw that. He likes just to go on the inside, Reiterberger. He'll pick his spot, find his place, and that's a good tight line there from Zakwan Zaidi. But between 1 and 5, 1 and 6, there's 1.6 seconds.
Yeah, Zakwan loves this circuit, and as we saw there, Marcus loves making up ground on the brakes. He's brilliant on the brakes, which is probably why he's running a hard front.
Yuki Kuni is indeed within the sights of Zakwan Zaidi, the green BMW of Marcus Reiterberger, the German, the defending champion, and the former champion, Aslan Shah Kamruzaman, on the TKKR BMW 28 and 25. And look at that, actually Aslan Shah goes on the inside of Reiterberger. Look after that engine.
Yeah, it's probably not right at the front of his mind at the moment.
Loving the livery.
Yeah, it does look really good.
Sinister, I heard you use the word sinister, and that's exactly the word for those BMWs. But ahead of them, 23, is Andy Farid, and Chip Nakarim is 25. Aslan Shah Kamruzaman is giving Marcus Reiterberger a bit of a tow. Such a dominant champion last season, Marcus Reiterberger.
Yeah, and he won't be able to make every round because of clashes with the Endurance World Championship, Reiterberger, so this title defence, every race really counts for the German.
10 points available for P6 as they go through with 7 laps to go. Aslan Shah Kamruzaman, 305.9 kilometers an hour, a new faster speed. The fastest lap belongs to Andy Farid, 135.5 last time out.
I do believe 305.9 is the fastest speed we've ever seen, but there are 1, 2, 3, 4 other riders over 300. That's motoring.
It is pretty rapid. And Aslan Shah has got in ahead of Zakwan. In fact, Aslan is on the tail here of Yuki Kuni. And the new relaxed Aslan Shah Kamruzaman, he has looked really chilled all weekend, really relaxed, and now he is battling for P3 with 6.5 laps to go.
Yeah, part of the brilliance of Aslan Shah is that his ability to just turn it on when he needs to apply the pressure, and it looks like that's what is going on now.
Is it just me, or does he look neater and tidier as well than normal, as Marcus Reiterberger goes behind Zakwan Zaidi? Going out wide, Chip Nakarin, a mistake. Andy Farid has a clear lead now.
Yeah, we haven't seen many mistakes from Nakarin this weekend, but that was an important one. Yuki Kuni came very close to passing him as well, and I think he's just going to make it. So this is really interesting for the way this race is going to shake out.
We are beyond halfway, and Andy Farid has a lead of 1.2 seconds from Yuki Kuni. And Yuki Kuni for SDG Team Hakro Honda is in P2 ahead of Chip Nakarin. Aslan Shah Kamruzaman and Marcus Reiterberger are right there as well.
Yeah, just looking at the lap times.
Nakarin?
Yeah, Nakarin needs to get ahead because Yuki Kuni hasn't quite shown the pace of those two Honda Asia Dream Racing machines.
And those BMWs are looking pretty good as well. Sinister.
Yeah, and especially knowing what the riders on both of them are capable of. Zakwan off the back there.
Aslan under pressure from Reiterberger. He's been leading him for 2.5 laps now. Reiterberger, I think, was a little bit surprised when he saw the green BMW go in front of him. What's the lead? The lead is 1.2 seconds for Andy Farid from Yuki Kuni. But Chip Nakarin has now got back, but Nakarin will have been held up. That was at the last split time. A new fastest top speed, 305.9. Aslan.
Yeah, it might only have one engine, but it's a pretty decent one.
Yuki Cooney goes through ahead of Chip Nakarin once again. The gap between first, Andy Farrad, as he goes over the line, and second is just closing. It's 1 second. There's 5 laps for this group of 5 to maybe just eat into that lead for Andy Farrad Isdahar.
Yeah, but Yuki Cooney got good drive out of turn 12, and he's got back in front of Chip Nakarin.
It's the long straight.
And here comes Aslan. Sorry, Des. Here comes Aslan as they slither into turn 3.
And he's got himself into P3 as Aslan. This is the Aslan of old. Maybe in the veteran stage of his career, but he's looking fit, he's looking well, he's looking happy, he's looking relaxed, and I don't think there's pressure on him anymore.
It doesn't look like he feels it. It's a happy Aslan we've seen this weekend, and it's a fast Aslan we've seen as well. And we know in a race he's capable of pretty much anything on his day, and this could be one of his days.
Still a long way to go. He's still got the fastest speed. The fastest lap belongs to Andy Farrad, 1:35.5, and no, Aslan has got a 1:35.3. So can he do it consistently over the next 5 laps? Can he eat into the lead? That is over a second for Andy Farrad Isdahar. This is Aslan Shah Kamruzam, and as they come into corner number 12, the right legs go out.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, starting from pole position and leading the race early on, Makarena Tirapuma, Pat, has got his hands full now with Marcus Reiterberger. He's already down to 4th.
The lead is up to 1.2 seconds. Yuki Cooney seems to be holding up those behind him. Not significantly.
Yeah, it's just he's just slightly a tenth or two off the pace, and that will make a difference. But look at Aslan Shah now. He's forcing Yuki Cooney right into turn 3, and he's made it count.
And Yuki is forced very wide and loses at least 1 place, possibly 2. Certainly some momentum. Aslan of old, he has now in P2, and he has got Andy Farrad Isdahar in his sights. This could be an Aslan epic. It could be.
Yeah, and Nakarin got himself back into P3 as all of that was going on.
Reiterberger still tucked in 5 ahead of Zakwan Zadi, Pasawit, Minamoto, Lachlan Epps, Kazma Daniel down in P10, 18 seconds adrift. Joe Udro and Osama, I think, is out. But Aslan Shah is the story. There is Yuki Cooney. Back into P3 ahead of Chip Nakarin, then goes wide and loses 2 places, Yuki Cooney.
Yeah, this is a good battle behind.
Zakwan through into P4. 4 laps to go. Chip Nakarin in 3rd, under pressure from Zakwan and from the SDG half pro. The lead, 1.5 seconds. Wow. Andy Farrad has just accelerated away.
That's impressive at the front. I was expecting, I have to be honest, Aslan to have closed that slightly. There will only be one thing on Aslan Shah's mind at the moment, that's for sure. That will be the red Honda ahead of him.
Now Aslan himself has got a 1.2 second lead from the trio behind him, and Reiterberger is another 6 tenths down on them. Reiterberger not able to make any impression on Chip Nakarin, 41, Zakwan Zadi, 21, Yuki Cooney, 92.
On the Asia Dream Racing boss Makoto Tamada looks on. There was a scenario at one point earlier in the race where it looked as if Zakwan had gotten ahead into P3, that it could have been a Superbike lockout. I can't remember seeing one of those before. But anyway, that's that opportunity seems to have gone.
Aslan and Reiterberger. He's in P6 at the moment. And he hasn't really had the track time. He knows the circuit, but hasn't had time to really get the bike superbly set up. Ooh, tell you what, you look at this. Aslan is closing in. Zakwan moves into P3 if he can hold the line. It's really tight. Chip Nakarin and Aslan will go alongside each other, but Zakwan is in P3. The gap is down to 9/10 of a second with 2 laps to go between P1 and P2.
Yeah, he reeled in by 0.7 of a second on that last lap. Let's see what kind of response we get from Andy.
Andy Farid, Honda Asia Dream Racing with the Stamo under pressure. Zakwan and Chip Nakarin, teammates behind him on 3 and 4. But look at this, Reiterberger hasn't given this one up. Yuki Cooney hasn't given this one up. This is what we wanted from the Superbikes.
Yeah, this is a really intriguing race. There's so much quality at the front, and we haven't even got Hafiz Sharin in the mix.
Exactly, and that will happen as the season progresses. In the meantime, Zakwan holds on to P3 ahead of them. You can see Aslan Shah, you can see visually, he is closing in on Andy Farid in P2 as the SDG Hawk Pro of Yuki Cooney goes on the outside. Aslan Shah Kamruzaman is closing on Andy Farid. It will go to a final lap. Is it an epic Aslan moment?
Yeah, for the last few seasons there's been talk of him hanging up his leathers, but absolutely no way. He's not done yet. And
right. Corner number 12 for the penultimate time. Andy Farid has been in the lead for so long, but Aslan keeps it nice and tight. He's got 3 long straights to try to haul in a lead of 0.3 of a second. It is on for Aslan Shah Kamruzaman on the BMW. Andy Farid is going to be at his defensive best.
Yeah, and behind, Zakwan seems to have the advantage in the fight for the 3rd spot on the box, but we can't take our eyes off this battle at the front.
This is wonderful stuff. Behind them, there is Zakwan, as you said, in P3 ahead of Chip Nakarin. Cooney and Reiterberger, though, not giving up a chance of making it into P4 at least. But Zakwan pulls away down this long straight. Now into the technical part. Oh, Aslan, he's not been able to make up the ground at this stage.
Yeah, let's not forget the quality of Andy Farid, who does get his line slightly wrong through there, but he's got it back in and lined up for turn 6, so he's recovered, but Aslan has made up some distance now.
In front of the hotels, and now then they come towards the setup. They'll try to get into the perfect position coming into the final couple of corners. Oh, this is sensational stuff from Aslan. It's defensive work from Andy Farid this star. It is a battle for the ages as they come onto the final corner. Aslan on the inside. Aslan Shah Kamruzaman. Can he hold it? He tries to push Andy Farid away. He pushes him out. Aslan Shah Kamruzaman. A win for the ages.
Fantastic. You could see that coming. He built the momentum through that final lap. Delight from TKKR. Oh.
Oh my man, oh my man. Zakwan Zadi P3, Yuki Cooney 4, Chip Nakarin and Marcus Reiterberger complete the top 6. Minamoto, Lachlan Epis, Kazma Daniel, Pasowit beaten by Teo Yujo. Osama Murray, he didn't finish. Hafiz Sharin, he went out early on. But Aslan Shah Kamruzaman, ageless, and what a victory for TKKR BMW Racing Team, and what a moment for Aslan Shah.
Well, we saw him conserving his energy in free practice and in qualifying, and we just saw why. Wonderful stuff.
Oh, wow.
And let's take a moment to admire his new helmet design as well. He usually steals the show with helmet design, Aslan Shah.
That was the difference, wasn't it, Barry?
Yeah, that's it. It's the red, it's the red. Yeah.
Oh, brilliant. This is the final corner, turn 12. Just uses the big BMW machine. Says to Andy Farid, no, I've got the inside line. You're not coming in. And then is able to accelerate away.
There was nothing Andy Farid could do about that. That was a perfect block. He had nowhere to go. It was clean. Brilliantly done.
Behind them, Zakwan from Yuki, from Chip Nakarin, from Reiterberger. Well, the BMW of Reiterberger made all the headlines last year on race 1 of the 2024 season. the headlines made by Aslan Shah Kamrazaman. A 13-lap epic and a victory for Aslan. 0.394 ahead of Andy Farid is the heart from Honda Asia Dream Racing with the Stamo. Zakwan Zadi, 3 seconds adrift. Yuki Kuni, SDG team Hard Pro Honda, just 2/10 down on Zakwan. Chip Nakarin in P5. Reiterberger, Minamoto, Epis, Kazma Daniel in P9 for Yamaha Technique Racing Team Asia. They'll improve as the season goes on. Cho Yu Jo, Pasawit, Osama, and a tough night ahead for Hafiz Sharin and the JDT team. But I tell you what, this fellow will milk in these celebrations because that was just classic Barry Russell.
Yeah, it was classic Aslan Shah, classic ARRC Superbike race. Absolutely brilliantly done. A triumph of strategy and experience over the brilliant Andy Farid. And Chip Nakarin's going to be disappointed starting from pole and finishing 5th.
You've got a feel for Andy Farid. He led for so long, but there was a certain inevitability, whether it was tyres, what was his tyre choice? He didn't gamble, did he? Andy Farid, not hard medium?
Hard medium, well, the hard was a little gamble, but I don't think it made the difference there. You can see getting off the bike painfully there. Lachlan Epis is carrying an injury. And diligence there from Sal from Dunlop.
Number 25.
They don't miss a thing.
Wow, I'm breathless. You could feel that from mid-race, that there was something on there for Aslan. You could just sense that he was relaxed, he was in the mood, that the machinery was behaving, and that the circuit was his for today.
Yeah, it's just something, when you watch Aslan, you can see how things are going to shape up. It's in his demeanour, off the bike as well as on it. It's so much fun just to watch him through the course of a weekend, especially when he's on form like this.
And that was a fun race. Let's go down to Daniel Bogers, and I'm really looking forward to this interview.
So we're down here at Park Fermé after an exhilarating ASB 1000 race. Zakwan, that was not an easy fight for the podium. You fell back for a bit, and then right towards the end, you slowly clawed it back, and it was a battle between Yuki Kuni and Koen. What a fight that was.
Yeah, finally I get a podium. It's a great feeling. I'm so happy today because, yeah, this weekend also, yesterday practice, I was struggling a lot. I was confused with the bike feeling, and I think we make wrong direction, but finally we try the humble setting, just humble. We try just full gas, 100%, and finally I can catch in front of group if good. We have a positive side, and yeah, I want to thanks to all the team. They make very hard work today, and yeah, for sure for tomorrow I will try my best, and I want to gain more. For sure I will fight again.
Great stuff, Zakwan. Thank you so much. Congratulations again on a fantastic podium. And now we're going to head over to Zakwan's teammate, Andy Farid. So Andy just talking to the team there for a second. And here we go, Andy. So what a race that was by you, actually. You were leading for most of it, and out of nowhere, Aslan Shah came in and lunged on the inside. But either way, fantastic ride from you. How was that race for you?
Yeah, it was an amazing race, amazing pace, but some lap I was I lost the front grip, so I lost the big of second. So rider from behind easy can catch me, but anyway, we have data for this race one, so we will analyze and we are ready for race 2.
Thank you so much, Andy. Great ride out there today. And now we're going to go to the race winner, Aslan Shah Kamrazaman. Aslan, on social media, the quote was old is gold, but I'm going to say that gold was intelligent today because you rode an amazing ride. We thought you were away from the podium shot, but you managed to push at the end, and on the last lap, at the last turn, that lunge, what a fantastic ride.
Yes, Danny, I was pushing too much and I lost a few positions, but after I tried to manage and cool down myself and try to keep the pace and control the tire, in the end, I get to pass Andy in the last corner, and I'm so happy. Thank you to the team. The bike worked very well today. Even though it was last year bike, last year engine, but we win it again. Yeah!
Very well said, Aslan. Congratulations, fantastic ride.
A classic ARRC ASB 1000 to open the season. On pole position, we had Chip Nakarim, who was looking forward to this race. He was excited. The early story, though, is Hafiz Sharim and the debut of JDT. And he was involved. He got into the lead, Barry Russell, but he never really looked comfortable. Forced out on turn number 3. And that's when the problems began for JDT.
Yeah, very unfortunate first run for Hafiz. You could see right as they came out of turn 3, something was not right. And yeah, he's struggling all the way there. I guess, well, they ride by wire, so maybe clutch problem, gear change problem.
Lots of work to do overnight. That meant that there were 3 at the front. Chip Nakarim, Andy Farid Izdahar goes into the lead. Bike number 23. Look how early it is in the race. Bike 23 in the lead. We've got 11 laps to go as Happy's race is over. That will improve. They will work hard overnight. And then behind them, bike number 25. This is a story. Aslan Shah Kamruzaman. Yes, he's been champion before. Yes, he's talked about hanging up his leathers. But this is a race to remember forever and ever and ever.
Yeah, and earlier in the race, he was 2 seconds adrift of the leader. And that's a lot to make up during a race. But we saw him do it. He kept going, he kept going.
3 laps from home, he made up 7 tenths. 2 laps from home, he made up 4 tenths. And then he was within striking distance. 3 tenths going into the final lap. And then he left it. He left it late. But this is drama. This is what Aslan Shah Kamruzaman does. He keeps us on the edge of our seats. And what he does here on the final corner, Barry Russell, is simply divine.
Yeah, it's brilliant. And Andy Farid Izdahar is an aggressive braker. But he had nowhere to go. Aslan left him no choice. It was brilliant. Andy Farid knew he had to keep the bike, back off and keep the bike on the track in order to take that second place.
Zakwan, a very happy P3, but nowhere near as happy as the TKKR racing team for Aslan Shah Kamruzaman. Number 1, once again.
What a race. I think you enjoyed that, Des, didn't you?
You could feel it. You could feel it right away from mid-race.
Yeah, that's why when Aslan had a lackluster season in 2022, there was something missing, and it was just that. The bike wasn't right, and he really struggled, and we were missing that edge, that excitement that he brings to a race when he's on form. So, thank you to the great showman.
Indeed.
For the entertainment.
It's not been a bad first day. 3 of the 5 races have been decided on the last lap, final corner. As we head to the podium for the final time today. Reminder that there are 5 races once again tomorrow. And for this ASB 1000cc, 3rd place, Zakwan Zaidi. I liked his interview. He looked happy with life as well.
In 2nd place, from Malaysia, racing with us, Andy Farid Izdahar.
And a mature interview from Andy Farid. Yes, obviously disappointed to lose on the last corner, but he says the data is there.
TKKR BMW Racing Team, Aslan Shah Kamruzaman.
And the biggest smile in Thailand, which is the land of smiles, belongs to Aslan Shah Kamruzaman.
TKKR BMW Racing Team.
And the team award to TKKR Racing.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem of Malaysia.
The first time today, the Malaysian national anthem, Negaraku. I'm sure the adrenaline will still be pumping for Aslan. Experienced or not, that was some comeback, that was some race. Stefan Make Karapie, FIM Asia President, hands out the awards. Zakwan, plenty of those in his trophy cabinet.
In second place, from Honda Asia Dream Racing.
Andy Farid, despite not winning, plenty of encouragement for his team. For Honda Asia Dream Racing. And for TKKR, well, it justifies them once again remaining on the Asian Road Racing Championship roster. Aslan Shah Kanruzaman with, I can't remember a better win for him. Not in ARRC.
No, it was just so well judged.
Mr. Ramakrishnan Udaya Kumar, Executive Director for Indian Oil Corporation Limited, hands out the team award to TKKR BMW Racing Team. Our thanks to Indian Oil, the official fuel provider for the Asian Road Racing Championships for this and the subsequent 2 seasons.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the ASB 1000 race winners.
Zakwan, Malaysia. Andy Farid, Indonesia. Big names. Aslan Shah Kanruzaman, still good enough to surprise us all and thrill us all.
Okay.
Brilliant way to end the day. Barry Russell, quick thoughts on the first 5 races of the 2024 season?
Well, yeah, I'll go with recency bias. Aslan Shah is absolutely my rider of the day. That was just wonderful entertainment. But let's not forget what Apiwat did in SS600.
Indeed. But Aslan Shah Kanruzaman in the Superbikes 1000 leads the way. Early stages, 12 races to go. But he'll be happy. Andy Farid on 20. Zakwan Zaidi, Honda Asia Dream Racing with Estemo. They'll be happy with 2, 3 and 5. Yuki Kuni, excellent performance for SDG Team Hark Pro. He picks up 13 points. Reiterberger, competitive as always. Minamoto stepping up for Yamaha Techni Racing Team Asia on 9 points. Lachlan Epis finishing on 8. And so our first day comes to an end. Continue just briefly your thoughts on the day, Barry.
Yeah, we're Super Sport. We were talking about Apiwat, absolutely brilliant. But the promise also, Wayu Nugroho, great step up into the class. The Yamaha 1-2 in AP250, and the brilliantly judged win of Fahmi Bassam in Underbones, and the emergence of Sartak Chavan in TVS Asia 1 make, who's shrinking the advantage at the front.
We are adding to the colours of Buriram with our motor racing. We've got the blue and the colours of Buriram. It's a place to be in eastern Thailand. We do hope you've enjoyed our coverage on day 1 of this season. There are another 11 race days to go. Day 2 is tomorrow from Buriram. It's the same time, same place. From Barry Russell, Daniel Bogas on the pit grid, and the team behind the scenes, I'm Des Corkill, wishing you a very good night. We'll see you same time, same place tomorrow. Bye for now.
IDEMITSU IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with Superbike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. IDEMITSU IRG5. IDEMITSU IRG7. Race-bred nano-tailored oil for enhanced acceleration and horsepower. Even in harsh conditions, the 7 protective benefits of septic guard technology keep your your engine performing at its peak. Even a split-second advantage can change everything. Born to win. IDEMITSU IRG7. IDEMITSU IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with super bike-proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra-protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. IDEMITSU IRG5.